is the day that it's going to kick me out of everything, sign me out of everything. And now I've got to scramble around trying to remember passwords, which is a flipping nightmare. So, yeah, we're live. We're up and running. I don't know about the other channel, which I still can't get access to at the moment. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. But, yeah, I hope everyone is all right. I hope everyone's had a good Monday and excited for WWE Raw. There's not tons to go through. We've got quite a big list of things, matches that have been announced. There's obviously a lot of talk about a Hall of Famer that's going to be on the show, a legend that's going to make an appearance. I'm always a bit as to whether we should say or not, because obviously the news is out there. It's been out there all day, but equally, there's going to be people that aren't going to want that spoiled. So, I don't know. We'll see if it comes up in conversation. But, yes, there is going to be someone on Raw tonight, a Hall of Famer. That person is not Triple H. Triple H, sadly, has got COVID. So, he is at home being nursed by Nurse Stephanie. Maybe Nurse Vince. Who knows? Perhaps Nurse Vince is looking after Triple H. But either way, he's at home and he's not actually at this show. And so apparently it's going to be a team effort. They're all chipping in to make sure that Raw makes it onto the air and everything's all good. So, yeah, tonight we've got Brock Lesnar coming back. We've got Dexter Loomis taking on The Miz. We've got Matt Riddle against Seth Rollins for the United States Championship. We got the Good Brothers taking on Alpha Academy. And we've got the return of Elias. Elias is back. So we do have the return of Elias. What does WWE stand for? I'll let you finish that off. So there we go. Nurse Vince. Didn't we get Vince in a nurse's outfit, says William. To be honest, I mean, I can't remember if we ever did. And if we did, I've definitely blocked it out of my mind. But right now, I think that is the mental image that you should have. You should have a mental image of Triple H in bed with a thermometer coming out of his mouth. He's covered up all nice and tight with the blankets around him. And then he turns over to his side and in a very skimpy nurse's outfit, very short, tight-fitting, doesn't leave much to the imagination. Nurse's outfit is Vince McMahon. And I would imagine that he will pay Triple H hush money to make sure that none of these details ever come out into the open. But we all know that it's happening. We all know that that's what's going on in the Stephanie McMahon, Paul Levesque household. So, yes, wild times if you're Triple H. Joseph said, Days, you are the best. Joseph, that's very kind. Shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Kids Monster said, in my opinion, I think Riddle should win the United States title. As much as I like Seth Rollins, I think Riddle should win the title. He's been putting on the best work of his career so far. I think, yeah, I mean, look, he's been doing some brilliant stuff. It might be a bit early because Seth only just won the title. So to kind of take it off Seth already might be kind of hot potato in the belt around a little bit. But you're not alone in having a lot of respect for Matt Riddle. There's a fair good chunk of people online actually saying similar. So I think what we'll do is we'll put that as a poll. Put it as a poll. Who do you think will leave? Helps if I can spell. Who do you think will leave as US champion? So do you think that they've done this to get it onto Riddle? Or do you think that it's going to be Seth Rollins that holds on to it for a while? Who do you think will leave as US champion? There we go. We'll see what the people, we'll put it to the masses and we'll see what the people say. Miguel said there are 3 members that are joining Wyatt. 5 is Liv and Joe Gacy and Karrion Kross. Wyatt 5. It's gone down. Wyatt, it was Wyatt 6. We had a real good conversation last night though. If you aren't subscribed to the other channel, then consider it, because we did a live stream over there, which I want to do every Sunday. We spoke about whatever anyone wanted to talk about, and predominantly people wanted to talk about Bray, which is totally fine. And yeah, there were some real interesting thoughts and theories, and definitely gave me some stuff to think about. So one of the theories is that Wyatt 6 is all Bray, and he is just going to play 6 different personas. Another theory is that Wyatt 6 is a faction, and there's going to be 6 different people. Another theory is there's no faction at all. We don't know, and I still didn't look because I am a disgrace. I didn't look to see who trademarked Wyatt 6. I've got a feeling it's Bray. And if it's Bray, you know that WWE are like, when it comes to actually using trademarks that other people own, like they want them because they want to sell the merch and get the money. If you own the trademark, they're kind of like, not really keen on going in that direction. But obviously that was more under Vince's reign than under Triple H's reign. So yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It's hard to know what to expect. I think the most likely thing is that we are going to get a faction. Definitely feels like Dutch and Vincent are connected, but that could just turn out to be a giant swerve. Bo Dallas, of course, reportedly to be coming back. I think Liv Morgan feels very connected to this. Certainly, if you look at all the stuff that was happening in the background of her segment on Friday, feels very connected to this. And obviously, she lives on a farm with Bo. She's going to have had countless conversations with Bray in her like personal time. So yeah, I've got to think that she is in the conversation. So yeah, I'm not convinced on Carrion personally. That's something we've been saying for a while. I don't think he needs to join the Wyatts, and I'm not sure that a Wyatt faction would need him. I think there's other people that they can use instead. So I'm not sold on Carrion, but I'm going in that direction that there will be a faction. Jim said the Wyatt 6 is going to be WWE's answer to Orphan Black. Lol. Bearded, hello Jim, by the way. Bearded Bronco said Seth lost to Cody and lost to Riddle. He doesn't deserve to be champion. Give the belt to someone else. Interesting. Spoiler, Liv and Joe Gacy and Karrion and Bo are gonna join Wyatt 6, says Miguel. Miguel with that insider knowledge. Boom. But that is awesome, Cryptic, said Cynthia. What do you think was the purpose of WWE playing White Rabbit during house shows? Do you think listening to the lyrics of the song could give us more clues? Personally, no. My feelings are that everyone knows that Alice followed the White Rabbit and it led her down the rabbit hole. And so I think the White Rabbit campaign, let's call it that, because there was meetings about it. They will have sat down and had meetings about the White Rabbit campaign that they were about to launch. So yeah, I'm sure there was meetings on it and it was well thought out. But my feelings are that they wanted to play White Rabbit and have the White Rabbit image and really get White Rabbit out there as a way of getting the fans to follow what was happening, which would ultimately lead to Bray Wyatt. So, I mean, you can certainly look into lyrics and you can certainly look into like all of that deeper stuff. But to be honest, I think there's so much that they're having to plan and do. I mean, they've had to create several different clues. They've had to find some really intriguing things to put in there. They've obviously took over a YouTube account and done some stuff on that. They've had that telephone number that when you call it had a backwards message on there. Like, they did loads and loads of stuff. For me, I don't know if they go as deep as to like, not only find a song that's called White Rabbit, but then also find a song called White Rabbit where the lyrics fit what they are wanting it to say, basically. So I'm sure you could look into it. I'm sure that you would be able to find some connections. Whether they are connections or they're more coincidental things, I really don't know. To be perfectly truthful, I wouldn't focus my energy there because I think, certainly at this point, we're past White Rabbit. I feel like we're past White Rabbit now. White Rabbit, I don't think you'll hear the song again. I think White Rabbit was literally just a way of leading us to Bray, and now Bray's back, and here you go. Da-da, this is what the White Rabbit led us to. Reason why it was played at house shows, not on TV, is so they didn't have to pay for it, because if they played it on TV, they would have to pay the rights. Paying it in an arena, they don't have to, and social media is so powerful. I mean, I'm not even in America. I'm sat here in the UK. I know that they played White Rabbit during commercial breaks on Raw, on Smackdown, at house shows. That is the power of social media. Like, I'm sat in a completely different country, and I am fully aware of the songs they played when they played them, because everyone jumped on social media and told us about it. So I think that for me, it was just part of that, so that we would follow the White Rabbit, which led us to Bray. I think you can go as far with it as you want, but I really don't think they found a song called White Rabbit and then, they found a song that the lyrics mean certain things or whatever. I think it was just the title that they were interested in. I mean, again, this thing's moving for, like, all the stuff we're seeing now is stuff that will have been planned a while ago. The stuff that Bray's probably really focused on is obviously the stuff that's being delivered now, but he's also seemingly, I've heard, got a plan all the way up to WrestleMania. So they must have a good idea of what they want to do going pretty much up to WrestleMania. I'm not saying week by week, but they've certainly got the brush strokes, the big broad strokes. They've certainly know, right, here we're going to start a feud. We'll start it at this show. So, Bray's mind, I would imagine, is, okay, so let's say their feud starts with Bloodline at Crown Jewel, yeah? How are we doing that? What does that look like? And so Bray is very much in the weeds, along with Triple H, along with the creative teams, along with Rob Fee, as to, like, fleshing out what these key moments that were not even anywhere near what they're going to be looking like. So there's just so much to do all the time. They've got to sort out, if there is a Wyatt family, how are you introducing them? What do their masks look like? What's the dynamic? What's everyone's personality? How do they fit together? Look at the Bloodline with Sammy and Jay. There's obviously differences there. Are there going to be any of those differences in the Wyatt family? How's their relationship with the female in the group? Obviously, that's an interesting dynamic. So if there is a female, what's everyone's relationship? Is it like a brother and sister, or could she ultimately get into a relationship with one of them? Is it like father-son, father-daughter, or are they all brothers and sisters? Or are they all just a group of friends? Like, what are the dynamics? And this might seem like, small stuff, but it really isn't. This is the details that make sections sink or swim. And, if you look at, like, how amazing Sammy and Jay and all of that dynamic is, that is just killing it at the moment. So, yeah, it's a real good question. And I do think that, we, myself included, are a bit guilty at times of maybe going a little too deep sometimes. Sometimes it's not quite as deep as what you think, because it just can't be, can it? It just can't be, because they've got so much that they're having to plan and work on and put together that, I mean, just getting what we're getting is pretty stunning. So, yeah, like, for example, I was looking into, like, a lot of those images that were shown during Smackdown in the main event segment. I was going through those images going, what is this? Now, is this some kind of statue? Where would this statue be from? And I was, like, proper looking into stuff. Turns out these images are just from old Wyatt promos. That's it. They're just from old Wyatt promos. Now, I'm sure there's still some meaning to them. But once you actually find out that, like, the eye that was shown, we spent time going, is that Liv Morgan's eye? Is that Liv Morgan's eye? Is that Vince's eye? Is that Stephanie's eye? Like, trying to work out whose eye it is. Turns out the same eye is from 2014 promo. So, do you know what I mean? Like, sometimes we can be a bit guilty of going quite far with these things when it's a little more surface, I think. And that is not a bad thing. That is not a bad thing at all. That's, it's maybe not quite as deep as people want. I mean, some of the stuff I get sent, man, people just follow that trail right to the zenith and really are digging like, super, super deep, which is cool. It's great that people are doing that and seeing what it throws up. But I think the stuff you really need to know, I think the things that are really important, I think the things that they're really focused on is largely surface area. It's largely towards the top. So if you spend tons of time like putting in like super deep clues and all that kind of stuff, like it's just a lot of work in it. It's a lot of work, and 99.999% of the audience that watch are not going to be going that deep. So I think a lot of it is surface level. But I don't think we get Bray on the show tonight, said Crystal, because he's on Smackdown, but we might get a video package like last time. Yeah, I'm not expecting him. I mean, look, Raw, it's still going to be a lot of fun. I'm still pumped because I've always been asked, do you prefer Raw or Smackdown? And the truth is I love both, because no one loves Mondays. Yeah, Mondays suck. If you wake up on a Monday morning, you've got like, if you work in an office job, you've got 5 days straight ahead of you, and you're like, oh. And if you're at school, 5 days straight ahead of you, and you're like, oh. So, like, no one really loves Mondays. But at least we get something to look forward to on Monday night. And, we've got a good show, a longer show. I think this is the right night for Raw as well. Like, Monday, give us some stuff to talk about. And yeah, look forward to it. And then, of course, Smackdown, little bit light, little bit breezy, ready for the weekend. You can kind of watch it and then go out afterwards. Or well, not here in the UK, but certainly in America. Finishes at 10. You could go out with your mates after that on a Friday night, which is kind of a fun time to have it. And it's only a couple of hours long, so I really like both shows. One kind of sets the week up, the other sets up the weekend. So, yeah, works. But, yeah, I agree. I don't expect Bray tonight, but should still be plenty on this show. Steve said, just because Bray's on SmackDown doesn't mean that his alter ego can't be on Raw. Well, that's true. We did see that last week, the face interrupting. So I think there's a real good chance that we could actually see that face interrupting again. So, yes, I agree. No Bray tonight for sure, says the game. But do you think Kevin Owens will ruin Elias's comeback, says Rotem. Rotem, the legend. There's a lot of love for Rotem after he insisted that we check out that missing segment regarding Bray. If you, I'm sure you've all seen by now. But yeah, Rotem was shouting about the fact that a lot of us didn't see a Bray segment and sent it over. And yeah, never got shown here in the UK. Was not shown in the US, and that was doing the rounds. Man, I saw that being spoken about everywhere over the weekend. So awesome work, Rotem. So awesome. I've completely forgot your question, by the way. So stay strong. Yeah, stay strong. Febin said, imagine this. Uncle Howdy gets revealed a year or two later in a long-term story and it ends up being Undertaker. What would be your legit reaction? It would depend on how that story was told, to be honest. I mean, I can't say that I would freak over it because... I mean, I'd have a lot of questions, to be honest. I'd have a lot of questions. But if the story was told well, then, yeah, I might freak out over it. But if that's what it turned out to be now, I wouldn't freak over it now. I wouldn't be screaming the house down or anything like that now because I'd just be more confused. Because we had Bray take on The Undertaker at WrestleMania 31. They certainly were not on the same page at that point. Then there's been no interaction between them. And then, so it would need explaining, to be honest. It would need explaining as to, why, what, why is he, why, how, what? Like, that would be my reaction. My reaction is this, what, how, why, what, what? It would be confusion. So, but if the story was good and you could make it make sense, then yeah, I'm all for it. Why not? But it would need to make sense. Jaden said, might be me, but are we signing and building main eventers and tag teams? We need to sign more mid-carders. It's either you're a jobber or you're a main eventer right now. Yeah, I mean, you do have, like, people that slip into the mid-cards. I mean, you know, you've got Ricochet, who's pretty much in the mid-card. I would imagine, you know, we're going to be seeing a few other people, like Sheamus is in the mid-card at the moment. Gunther's in the mid-card at the moment. I'd argue, I mean, what would you say with Finn Balor and AJ and those guys? I mean, they're not around the title picture, not around any title picture. They're just in feuds. I mean, you can use them as main event stars, but they're, I don't know, are they around the mid-cards? They're around the mid-card at the moment. Hard to tell in it because there's not really a champion on Raw, so what's the main event of Raw? I suppose in a way you could say Judgment Day. I feel like the whole Bayley and Bianca thing is up there as well at the top of the card, but the women kind of flesh out the mid-card a bit as well. It's not often you get the women main eventing, is it? So, yeah, I don't know. It's a hodgepodge, in it. It's a little bit different to how it was back in the day. Do you know what I mean? Like, back in the day, you had Hulk Hogan, and then you had pretty much everyone else around the mid-card, and then you had, like, proper jobbers. Whereas now it's a little bit messier. We have people that kind of step up and challenge and step back down. I suppose, in a way, you've got Roman at the top of the card. I suppose it's Roman at the top and everyone else underneath. If you want to be honest, if you want to be perfectly truthful, it's Roman at the top, everyone else underneath at the moment. But, yeah, I think they're doing all right. I don't feel like there's a lack of stars. I think we've got enough talent around. Scott said, do you think Bray will dethrone Roman, or do you think that's reserved for Cody? I think that Roman needs to drop the WWE title soon. So I think Roman needs to drop that belt. I don't know why he's still got that belt. That belt, he only won at WrestleMania. There's no records that we're seeing with that belt. I mean, I don't get it. I really thought he would have dropped it by SummerSlam. I really did. I thought he was going to drop it straight after WrestleMania. Here we are in the middle of October and he's still got it. So I'm stunned he's still got that. I don't know why he's still got that. I don't know why he needs that. I understand him having two belts and coming out and the look and everything, but it's October. Like, yeah, he could have lost it by now, I think. But either way, doesn't matter. He can lose it at some point soon. I think that him losing that to maybe Seth might make sense, or he could lose it to Kevin Owens. That might make sense. And then I think that person is the one that drops it to Cody. So I don't think Cody beats Roman. I think Cody is going to beat the WWE champion, whoever gets that belt. That leaves Bray, and honestly, I'm in two minds as to what you want to do. Do you want to have Bray become champ, or do you want to just give him some feuds and tell some stories? Because you can kind of do that and have him be champion, but it's a little bit messier. And then you've got people coming after him rather than him going after them. And yeah, people are really split as to whether that's a good idea or not. So we'll have to see, to be honest. When it comes to the Universal, that one's really hard to predict. Universal's really difficult to pick. I mean, right now you could say Bray. I feel like Bray's as good a shout as anyone. But I think that one's trickier. Corey said, Dexter Loomis on Raw tonight. Do you think he's got anything to do with Wyatt? I don't think so. Just because I've not seen anything that connects him. That I can't remember anything being in the clues that hinted towards Dexter Loomis. We haven't seen anything so far that connects. The only thing that connects Loomis to Bray is the fact that he's a bit weird. That's it. He's a little bit strange, and you could see that it would work. But that's it. So at the moment, I'm going to lean towards no, I don't think he is. But he could be. He could turn out to be. I think he would be a decent fit. I certainly wouldn't have a problem if he was. But I'm leaning towards no. Did you see that Day One has been cancelled? I did, yes. We spoke about it last night. I didn't mind Day One. I actually thought it was all right. I thought Day One was pretty good, actually. I really liked Day One because WrestleMania season starts at Royal Rumble, and it was just kind of nice for that to start a bit earlier. WrestleMania season this year started at day one. I think, wasn't it day one where Brock won the title? I think Brock beat Big E at day one this year. And so Brock having a belt as we head towards WrestleMania was very significant. And so that was the beginning of WrestleMania season. And it was kind of nice to start it early January rather than late January. And I think it's a bit of a shame that we're not going to have one around. And seemingly we're not having anything in December either, which, again, I think is a bit of a shame. The December pay-per-view is a bit messy, though, because holidays are a bit messy. Christmas is a bit messy. So you're kind of like, people are present buy-in and out with family, and the ratings are never great around December. December, I said last night, always feels like a lull, always feels like a bit of a low point in the year. Normally, we had TLC, Tables, Ladders, and Chairs. It was not the biggest of pay-per-view shows anyway that was normally there. And so when they got rid of that and they brought in day one, I kind of really liked it because I was like, well, December pay-per-view doesn't really do anything anyway. But we get to kick off like the new year and WrestleMania season nice and early. So I was kind of down for it. I wasn't like madly in love with it. I thought it was a perfectly fine show. But yeah, I was a bit of a shame to see it go. I'd like for it to stay around, but it is what it is. You missed. Did you see Liverpool beat Man City? I did. Yes, that was a surprise. Gordon said WWE are cancelling a lot of their pay-per-views. They're keeping 4 main ones and ones like Clash at the Castle, says Gordon. Dark Angel said WWE hasn't confirmed the cancellation of day one, have they? They've not confirmed it. It's been reported by Brandon Thurston and picked up by Dave Meltzer. So it's got to that level. So no, they've not confirmed it, but it's expected. Let's put it that way. Wrestle with Andy, hello, says, do you think Bray will go down as the second biggest star of this generation after Roman? I don't know. I mean, currently no, because I think Seth has got to be up there. So I think Seth, I mean, Bray has just spent 12 months away, a little bit longer. And The Fiend and the Funhouse and everything was huge, of course. But then don't forget, like, before that, we had the Deleter of Worlds, which was him and Matt Hardy. Like, that felt like a real lull in his career. Not his fault, but it just felt like a lull. And then if you actually go back before that, like, the stuff with the Wyatt family was fantastic. But one of the frustrations was they were never booked as the big stars that we wanted them to be. You know, they had some great feuds, but it's not like we saw Wyatt as champion, Harper and Rowan as tag champs, and they were like dominating in the way the Bloodline are dominating. To be honest, perfectly truthful, the booking has held him back. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. The booking has not been as strong as the character work. And so as a result, I don't know that he can be classed as like the second biggest star behind Roman. I think he's definitely up there. He's in the conversation. Of course he is, because of the kind of impact he had. And certainly like looking at White Rabbit and all that kind of stuff, looking at the connection with the fans, like he's absolutely in the conversation. But for me, I'm thinking Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins is just one of the first names that kind of comes to mind of people that are up there. I feel like Bray is probably bigger than Kevin Owens and bigger than AJ Styles. Bigger than AJ? Maybe. He's been around a bit longer, hasn't he? I mean, AJ's been in for 6 solid years, and AJ's booking in recent years has been very poor. Very poor. AJ was really good for about, 3 years, 2-3 years after he first arrived. And then really during lockdown, It's been pretty atrocious. And then obviously he's been with Amos, and that's been pretty awful. So, yeah, Bray above. I think I'd put Bray above AJ. I don't know. Is it? What about the women? What about Becky? Becky's tricky, isn't she? Becky's tricky. Main evented WrestleMania 35. The man, plenty of TV time, tons of TV time. Becky might have the jump on him as well. But I think definitely within the top 10. Definitely within the top 10. And as you can see, I'm struggling to find people that are bigger. But I would definitely say Roman, Seth, maybe Becky. Roman, Seth, maybe Becky. Major drop-off on Becky, says Terrence. Yeah, well, she came back. She went and had a baby. And then she came back and won the title within 20-odd seconds and then had a championship reign. So, but in recent times, it has fallen off. Top 10 for certain. I could make an argument for top 5. Seth is so many levels above Bray, said excellence of execution. Islam or Charles, who have you got? I've got Charles Oliveira, Francisco. Really looking forward to UFC this weekend. It's going to be, I know that's not everyone's taste, but it's going to be a banger, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Are you going to try and watch both NXT and AEW or just pick one show? I'm going to try and watch both, but to be honest, my focus will be NXT. My focus will be on NXT because we do NXT every Tuesday. It's not NXT that's moved. It's AEW that's moved. So I would be the other way round if NXT went to a Wednesday. On a Wednesday, we do AEW, so my focus will be AEW, and my secondary focus would be NXT. This is on a Tuesday, so my focus will be NXT. My secondary focus will be AEW. The other thing as well is that we always do an NXT review. So it kind of means like I have to watch that because I need the images for it and everything. And I need to have that ready for the NXT review. So my plan is to have NXT on the TV, have it in front of me so I can get the screenshots. And then over there have AEW where I'll keep an eye on it as well. So I'm thinking it'll all be NXT branded, but we will certainly have AEW on. Brendan said, shout out to you. WWE and AEW ratings could be impacted by weather and baseball. That's interesting. Rome said, now that Elias is back. Wow, the chat's moving quick. People are pumped, man. Loving it. I want to read this by Rotem because I did start reading his earlier and then I forgot what it was. So I want to read this. Now that Elias is back and Ezekiel is injured, do you think that Elrod would join Wyatt 6 or the Bloodline? I don't think so. We were introduced to Ezekiel's family. I got very excited about it all. But sadly, I don't think that that's something we're going to be revisiting. It doesn't seem to be something that Triple H was a fan of. And so, sadly, I don't think there's any Elrod anymore, any Ezekiel. I don't think we're getting any of that. So, no, don't grow too attached. I can't wait to walk with Elias tonight. Walk with Elias. It's going to be good. Ezekiel, Elrod, Edgar, Edison, Eleni, and Bray. They're Wyatt 6, said Scott. Dave, SmackDown did 2.2. With the intrigue of Bray, did you expect higher? Is it impressive considering it's 6 straight weeks over 2.2 million, a new average? So I think that 2.2 is fine. I think that you look at that number and you go, okay, that's where we are. This is where we are, 2.2. I think that there would have been hope of something a little higher for Bray and the success of White Rabbit and the return of Bray. I think that people would have hoped for a little higher than that. But the truth is that I think we're sort of around the ceiling anyway. We don't really go above 2.2 that often. We have jumped up there, blipped up there to 2.4, I think, recently. But on average, we tend to be around 2.2 and sometimes below that, sometimes down to 2. So 2, 2.2, Feels to me like 2.2 is more the upper end of it. I think there was probably a bit of scope to go a little higher, but I mean, I think massive show, everything maxed out. I don't think you're getting above 2.4 to 2.5 absolute maximum. Like, I feel like that is the max. That is the most you can hope to get at the moment, is like 2.4 to 2.5. For example, put The Rock on SmackDown, advertise The Rock on SmackDown, and have it where he's going to go face-to-face with Roman. My guess would be 2.4 to 2.5, and I don't even know if it quite gets to there. So the fact it's done 2.2 kind of makes me think like, well, I mean, look, it's holding there. It's not dropped down. I don't know what the competition was like. It's always hard for me with ratings because I think if you're in America, you can sort of see what the competition is, and you can kind of get a bit of a better fit. I'm sat here in the UK. Do you know what I mean? I don't have visibility of what's on the channels in America. I don't have visibility really as to what big events are happening there, what the conversations are, what the buzz is, what's being advertised. It's always a bit tricky for me when it comes to ratings. But as an outsider looking from the UK, sort of feels to me like 2.4 is the absolute upper limit. And so 2.2. It's not something that I think you do cartwheels over. Do you know what I mean? Scott, shout out to you. Says, are you happy Brock is back? Who is his target? Why is he back? Just to wreck Bobby and leave? Also, do you think he'll be champ ever again? So I am happy that Brock's back. I think Brock's a big star. So it's always great to have Brock around. We haven't seen him since SummerSlam, which wasn't that long ago, but it was a nice little break. So, yeah, we've got him back, which is nice. He's taken on Bobby. He wants to go after Bobby because Bobby beat him at the Royal Rumble. He didn't beat him clean. That was thanks to Roman, like Roman and Paul Heyman getting involved. And so Bobby was victorious. Now, I think that he just wants to prove one-on-one that he can beat Bobby. And I think that's an interesting challenge. I think it's an interesting thought. I think Brock versus Bobby, one-on-one, no messing around, with a good build. I think it's a perfectly serviceable match. It might not be a match that people go crazy over because Bobby doesn't feel that great at the moment. I mean, we've done some stuff with him. He feels all right. It's not like he's completely cold, but I don't know. He hasn't got much in the way of a personality. I don't feel like I know much about Bobby. I don't know much about him. Like, whenever we see him, he's always just like, he's got his arms folded. It's just this big, muscly guy, isn't he? That's what Bobby is. And so it's kind of hard to feel really any kind of connection there. But as I said, an interesting matchup all the same. Brock wanting to prove that he's better than Bobby, smashing them one-on-one. In Crown Jewel. Yeah, I'm down for it. Is it one that's going to drive ratings and get the pulses racing? I mean, if you're a wrestling fan that watches every week, then it may do. I think for the casuals, not so much, to be honest. Not so much, but I'm down for it. Bobby deserves to have this opportunity of facing Brock. He faced him at the Rumble. And as we said, it wasn't clean, and now he's facing in again here. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just to prove something or if it's going to lead on to something else, but I'm down for it. It's all right. We need the Hurt Business back, said Stan. Yeah, Hurt Business was prime Bobby, putting some people around him, having him as like the focal point, and then you've got some other people that can take bumps for him. He had MVP as his manager. Like, there was a little bit more going on then. And so that was when it was at its peak. Obviously, he lost the Hurt Business. MVP turns on him. He's now just out on his own. We don't really tend to get much kind of backstage promos or anything out of Bobby. And as we said, his entrance is very much arms folded, looking quite stern, heading to the ring and smashing people, which is pretty fun. But I think that without that kind of depth of character, it's just making it hard to go crazy about the match. Is this live or pre-recorded? Says Sam. It's pre-recorded. I sit down on a Saturday night and do the whole 4-hour stream. Tricky because obviously the show's not on, so I have to kind of guess as to like what I'm reacting to. But it always seems to sync up really, really well. Always seems to like fit, which is really good. So yeah, welcome. Brenton said Jim Cornette and Bryan last argued over Wyatt's direction after his promo. Cornette is actually taking the wait and see approach. Bryan is disgusted. Who do you think the mystery man is? Do you know what? I listen to the Cornette podcast quite a bit. I haven't listened to it in a little while. I mean, it's just I don't have a routine where I like sit down and like every Tuesday I listen or whatever. I tend to see clips and then check them out, or if I'm doing some work and I just want to listen to some, I might turn to that, but there's others I could turn to as well. So I haven't actually heard their thoughts on Bray's return. Disgusted is interesting, though. I'll have to listen to it. I don't know what he would be disgusted about. I mean, I think it's been brilliant. I think it's been brilliant because I think the White Rabbit campaign has been a lot of fun. I think it's been really enjoyable. I have loved the QR codes. I've loved trying to work it out with you guys and digging into the clues and everything. So tick, 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 tick. Yeah. Then it all built to Extreme Rules. So up until Extreme Rules, everything's great. Then we get to Extreme Rules, and then we get to see the puppets who don't do anything silly. They're just there in the arena. They just come into the crowds. They don't do anything. They're just like there, like people dressed as them, which is a cool visual. Yeah, lights are out. This is like, you know, a nice way of bringing him back. So they're in the crowd. They get shown. I did say about the doorway is a bit strange. Like, you know, someone had to bring that out and set it all up and all this kind of stuff. But whatever, right? Then on the screen, we see the footage of the abandoned funhouse. That's great. Connects back to the past. Loving that. The person interrupts on TV. That's cool. Yeah. And then, like, you know, it all leads to Bray walking out through the door. And he was all normal and spoke to the camera and everything was great. I can't see what would be disgusting, to be honest. The only thing that I may struggle with, and I really don't know because I don't know if we're going that way, is there is a theory that the person in the mask, in the Uncle Howdy mask, the theory is that Bray? So is Bray basically having conversations with himself? Is he standing in the ring and also talking to himself? Or being interrupted by himself on the screen. Now that if that's where the conversation is of like this sucks or whatever, right? My approach to that would be, well, let's see where it goes. I mean, I can't judge something until I totally understand what's happening. I don't even know what's happening. I don't know who that person is or what's happening. Or yeah, I mean, I don't know. So yeah, I'm very much on that wait and see. I'd be interested to know why anyone saw anything they were disgusted with, though. I don't know why they'd be disgusted. Yo said the Bray thing is getting boring. Just announce what you do and let's get the show on the road. We need Bray back in the ring as soon as possible. The thing is, though, that this is the show. So Bray being in the ring is not really the show. Bray being in the ring is one aspect of what he brings, but I would argue the largest thing that he brings is what you are seeing now. This stuff that you're seeing now, this is the good stuff. This is the stuff that people love. They love the mystery. They love the intrigue. They love not quite knowing where things are going, but just a few clues that maybe point them in the direction as to where things are going. I think if you don't appreciate those things and you just want, right, let's get this out the way, let's get him in the ring, I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing Bray because this is Bray. Bray is mystery. He's cryptic. He's a slow burn. He is someone that is a storyteller, and, you know, all these little pieces that are being introduced, you know, we're going on a bit of a story. We're going on a journey. And I mean, I love that. I'm all for character development and depth of character. We just spoke about Bobby, about how Bobby doesn't have any kind of depth to him. Do you know what I mean? Like, Bobby just stands there like this. Bobby is on this end of the scale. Bray is like, couldn't be further away. He's like down the, I can't even see him. Like, if we've got Bobby here, then Bray must be in Ireland, with the amount of character depth and story that he brings. But that's what he excels in. He excels in story, in character, in like building up the story and taking people on a journey. And so all of this right now is what makes Bray Bray. And I think if you were like, get this done, yeah, we're faffing around, let's get this out the way, let's get going in the ring, you're missing it. You're missing Bray. That's not Bray. Bray. In fact, one of the big criticisms of Bray is his in-ring. Like, actually, when the bell rings, that's not when Bray shines. It's kind of all the way up until the bell that Bray really grabs people's attention on social media and in promos and you know, with the vignettes and everything. But once the bell sounds, arguably that's when he's at his worst. So I think yeah, just enjoy the journey. We've said that a few times. We said it about White Rabbit, and I would say it again now. Enjoy the journey, because it is the journey that Bray does better than anyone else. There's not really anyone else that can give you this. I'm loving the Bloodline stuff at the moment. I think the Sammy and the Jay stuff is brilliant. That's brilliant. But really, if you think about like some of the other stories we're getting, we don't really get anything as rich as what we get from Bray. So Brenton said Cornette kind of went from one end of the spectrum to the other. He was speechless and he short-circuited when Bray returned. Cornette loved the promo on Smackdown, though. Okay. I think the way the Bloodline will split is them turning on Sammy, but Solo defends him. And causes a family uproar. But my girlfriend said Roman will make Jay fight Sammy. What do you think? So you think that Bloodline will turn on Sammy, Solo will defend him, there'll be a big uproar. Roman will make Jay fight him. I think there's a good chance of that. Yeah, I think there's a chance of that. I think it personally would be better if they all turned on him. I think even those that were close to him, even people like Solo that were, you know, seemingly have got his back, people like Jimmy that seemingly have got the back, if they betray him, in a way, their betrayal is going to hurt even more than Jay. If Jay beats up Sammy, that's not really news. Jay's wanted to do that since day one. Yeah? Since day one, he's wanted to do that. So that's not really news. But Jimmy attacking Sammy and Solo attacking Sammy, that's going to hurt, man, because they've got his back right now. And, you know, he will look to them for help if he gets himself in a bad situation with the Bloodline, with Jay. If he gets himself in a bad spot where Jay's, like, getting in his face and Roman's not telling him to back down, like, Sammy will turn to Solo and he will turn to Jimmy and be like, guys, help me out here. Yeah, come on, honorary use, help me out. If they betray him, don't stand by him, that's going to sting. That's going to really sting. So I want that, to be honest. I want it to be a horrible, vicious beatdown of Sammy, all the members of the Bloodline doing it. Because if it was just Jay, I think that's not the biggest surprise. The biggest surprise would be that no one stopped him. But I want a real betrayal where all of them are beating him down. And then, like, you know, just imagine that happens, how the crowd will react the next time Sammy comes out. The next time Sammy, and you could bring him out all bandaged up, saying that he's got to retire. You could have Sammy come out like all beaten up and everything, saying that he's been told he's not medically cleared anymore, and get a bit emotional and have the crowd like chanting his name, tears kind of rolling down his face. He made a bad judgment call. He can now see what people were telling him all along, being in the bloodline was not the right way forward, and it's cost him his career, it's cost him his livelihood, and oh man, that segment would be fire. That segment would be fire. The crowd would be, and you know that you'd easily find someone in the crowd that would be like crying along as well. You know, there'd be some kids that'd be upset, and there'd be some people upset, and like, oh, it's just smacking you in the feels, man. That'd be so good. And Sammy would play that part so well. Oh my God, we've got to do it. We've got to do it. Got to pull the trigger on Sammy. He's got to be the one to beat Roman. Keep saying it. I'm standing by it. Like, I just think that we can get there. This story has just really grabbed everyone. Everyone loves Sammy. He keeps getting chants. It's that kind of real rare groundswell of support you only see a few times. We saw it with Becky when she turned on Charlotte and became the man. You know, we saw it with Daniel Bryan as he was running towards the belt at WrestleMania 30. We saw it for Kofi Mania, where the crowd wanted Kofi to do it and succeed. There's only a few times where you see the crowd really getting behind someone the way that they're kind of gravitating and getting behind Sammy. It's that kind of real organic support that, I don't know, I mean, like, you can't really plan for it. If you could plan for it, they would do it all the time. But there's just a few occasions in recent years where I can think of that kind of groundswell of support, and I feel like it's there right now with Sammy. So, yeah, they could go any which way with it. They could go any which way. There's lots of different directions you can take that story. I think we can all agree they're going to turn on him. At some point, they're going to turn on him. Where it actually leads, though, if it leads to him and Roman, maybe not. More likely, probably, is that he will end up going after a tag title. And ultimately, I can see it going that way. Do you think AEW should try and move to Sky Sports, says Aaron, since WWE is BT, the promotion for Sky would do? I don't know that they can to be... Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's a good point. I was going to say, I don't know if they can, but you're absolutely right. They all of WWE is on BT, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, if they could find a way of getting on there, then yes. I don't quite know how that works, to be honest. I don't know if Tony goes to them, or if they have to be interested first. I mean, I'm sure Tony could call them up and say, look, I've got a product that you might be interested in, and, you know, arrange a meeting or whatever, but I don't really know who's doing that work here in the UK for AEW. They clearly did some work, though, because they managed to get onto ITV. So ideally, he's not wrong in trying to get on terrestrial, is he? He's not wrong in trying to get onto BBC or ITV or Channel 4 or, you know, one of the channels where you don't need a subscription. He's not wrong to be trying that. So I don't know. I mean, like, my gut answer is yes, because it works so well for WWE. But who knows what other options are on the table, you know? Could he get into a better time slot? Like, are ITV happy with the AEW numbers? Could you negotiate a better time slot with ITV? Is there a way of getting it, like, live on ITV and then getting a replay the next day at a good time? Like, in all fairness, why don't they have AEW on at around about like 5 o'clock? Imagine if AEW was on at 5 after the kids finish school. So kids finish school at 3:30, I think, here. Schools are a bit different. Some places it's 3, some places it's 3:15, some places it's past. I always finish school at 3:30. That was when I finished school. Throughout my whole school life, 3:30. Get into school for 9 and finish at 3:30. And I would be back home by 4. Always had something to eat straight away as soon as got in. So, you know, grab something to eat. I don't know, something, anything. What was I normally having? I was normally having a little microwavable pizza thing, to be honest. Shove that in the microwave, have that. And then that would do me. I'd normally have one of them when I got home. So, honestly, by about 4:15, I'm sat in front of the TV. By about 4:15, I was sat down, like, back home. And I would go out to play football eventually, but I probably wasn't going until about 6-ish. Because everyone's doing the exact same, getting back from school, having something to eat, watching a bit of TV, and then, right, should we, you know, go out and play some football? But I kind of think like 5 o'clock, that 5 till 6 periods, if you could get, I don't know what's on TV at that point, but if you could get a slot like that, it'd be tasty, man. That'd be good for AEW. Probably not, though. It's probably some regional news or something like that, so it's probably taken, but yeah, that would be, I have to think that would be quite tasty. I know there's like blood and things along those lines. You've got to be careful with those things. So, you know, maybe there would have to be a degree of editing or something. I don't know. Perhaps they'd have to just be a bit careful with those kind of things. In fairness, they probably should be careful with those kind of things anyway, considering the advertisers and the sponsors. Certainly if you was going into a pre-watershed time slot in an international market as well, you'd have to take it into consideration. But there's no denying that would be great if they could renegotiate that. Rest with Andy said 4 till 5 was Keenan and Kel hours. Do you know what? There is a website that has all the old newspapers on, right? This is the kind of thing you do when you're a boomer, is you find websites like that. And it's got loads of old newspapers, and you can actually choose the newspaper, you can choose the date, and then you can go to that newspaper and like read it, basically. It's something like £12 a month or something to subscribe to this thing. But you get to have a look at a few papers for free. And so I did it. I went on and I was like, man, what would I look for? And the first and only thing that came to my mind was the TV listings. I went straight to the 90s, mid to late 90s. I went straight to the TV section. I went to a Friday night, and I was like, right, okay, if I got back at school at 3:30, what was I watching? And then I just literally went down, and it is like Rugrats, Rocco's Modern Life, Doug, Keenan and Kel, Sister. Then you go over to like British TV, because that was all like Nickelodeon. Then you go to like British TV, and then you've got like TFI Friday and the news and, you know, bits and bobs like that on a Friday night. So, yeah, it's good. It's really good. So I think there's definitely a slot in there for AEW that could really work for them on terrestrial TV. Night is Nick was the best. Night is Nick was the best. It was so good. I mean, when you get a bit older and you know, get a job and all that, you obviously go into a different kind of routine. And so I never got to watch really anything after Night is Nick. I obviously am aware of SpongeBob, but that was not on when I was watching. But yeah, oh man, I've got DVD sets of like Clarissa Explains It All and Pete and Pete. That was a great show as well. Pete and Pete. Keenan and Kel is the kings, obviously. They were fantastic. Sister, I loved. Thought that was great. I love those kind of like real life, real acted shows. The ones with real people. The animated ones were great, but the ones that had real people in, I love those. Some brilliant shows. But yeah, if we're going to go into like 2000s, Nick, I'm going to get lost. Yeah. Drake and Josh, never saw. iCarly, never saw. Sam and Cat, is it? Never saw. I'm aware of them, but I never saw them. So I'm out then. I'm out. I can't have those conversations. Saved by the Bell. I got the box set, man. I got the box set. Do you know what? I went to Florida like throughout the 2000s, and one of my favorite things to do was to go to like Walmart or to go to like your entertainment stores just to see what box sets you had that we didn't have in the UK. And you had quite a few, actually. You had a lot of 90s Nickelodeon shows that weren't out in the UK. So like Saved by the Bell, you had that on a DVD box set. We never had it released in the UK. You can get it now, but in the 2000s, you couldn't get it. But so I would go to America, and whilst I was there, I'd be picking up like these old school box sets, man. There probably is loads of stuff that's you guys get that we don't, and vice versa, of course. British stuff that we get that you don't get. But yeah, I've got loads of like American DVDs that I picked up whilst I was over there. It's good. But that is in the past. We are living in the now, and it is time for Raw. Wrestler Andy said, Sabrina had a few wrestlers in some episodes. Billy Gunn, Kevin Nash. Very true. Oh, hello. Bobby straight in the ring talking. Bobby in the ring. Did he know that we weren't live? So Bobby calling out Brock straight away. He was mid-sentence when we joined. Oh, here we go. Not a usual start to the show. Brock coming out. Bobby in the ring. Oh, my God. It's happening, guys. It's all happening. Bobby and Brock. Dun, 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 dun. Here's Brock. Brock steps out. He's got a black cowboy hat. He's got a black jacket. Flipping mid-sentence. Mid-sentence, Lashley. Alex said, what do you think the highlight will be tonight? Highlight tonight, I think, depends what you're looking for, really. I mean, I think that we should get a Bray segment. There should be something that teases about Friday and gives us maybe a bit of an idea of what's happening Friday. So I'm looking for that. And there's a big rumor that there's going to be a Hall of Famer on the show. So I'm going to go with that segment because I think they've done... We should see... I don't want to give spoilers, but there should be a character that returns and we should see a Hall of Famer. So there could be some interesting stuff tonight. Could be some interesting stuff. Oh. So Brock has come racing down. He's grabbed Lashley. He's got Bobby on his shoulders. He's going to look to F5 him. No. Oh, into the ring post. Here's Bobby. Oh, wow. He actually picked him up and nearly had him over the barricades. That was a hell of an impact. He really hoisted him up there. It's not often you see Brock so effortlessly picked in the air. He had him like up in the air, drove him over to the barricades. Nearly chucked him over the barricades. Brock is still down. Loads of people are here trying to get Bobby Lashley away. Gable's come down. Shoosh, please. Shelton Benjamin's there. Shelton Benjamin's trying to get Bobby back. Bobby's managed to escape them all, running around the outsides. Oh, and again, spear. Spears Brock into the commentary table. Oh, it's Carnage. Carnage to open Raw. Lashley on top of Brock. So unusual to see Brock getting manhandled in such a way. We're over in the commentary area. Through the table. Commentary table explodes as Brock is planted through. There must be about 30 people trying to separate these guys. And about 30 people are failing. Bobby chants by the crowds. As I said, there might not be much to his character, but seeing two big, muscly guys going at it. Brock's still down. Security trying to get Bobby to head back. Security standing in front of Bobby. Oh, it's a great image. Great image. Lovely aerial image. And you can see the commentary tables exploded and Brock is lay on top of it. Hurt Business return. I don't think so. I think it was just more like Locker Room had come out to try and separate them. I don't think it was like a return of the Hurt Business, because we got oh, look at that. Bang. We got Gable. Shush, please. Shush. Shush, please. So, Brock down. Chaos opens the show. I think, are we going to commercial break? Commercial break. Well, there we go. That's how we start the show. We start the show with chaos. Brian admitted that Bray is a good talker and charismatic. He just didn't like the supernatural element and in-ring work. I didn't see a supernatural element. I didn't see one. I'm not a fan of supernatural stuff, and I didn't see one. Again, you know, we don't know who the person on screen was. I mean, whatever was on screen interrupts him. But we don't know. We don't know that that's got anything to do with supernatural. Bibby made quick work of Cowboy Brock, said Zoom Station. This must be a record for quickest to commercial. It was quick, wasn't it? How long? 6 minutes. Well, there's no Triple H, is there? There's no Triple H. They've had the brawl, and someone backstage has gone, should we just go commercial? That's what we normally do. Should we go commercial? Let's go commercial. I don't know. Apparently, he's on the phone tonight. What do you think about Dana White looking into slap fighting, says Ryan. What do I think about Dana White looking into slap fighting? I think that there could be an audience for it. I think that probably not going to gain or garner mainstream attention on the level that UFC does. But, yeah, I mean, look, I think he will... There is slap fighting contests and competitions. I think that he must have seen... He's a good businessman. He must like the product, and he must have seen some numbers that tell him that it's worth pursuing. So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't see that being really anything. I think it's just, you know, dipping his toe into something that he thinks could have a bit of growth to it, and he thinks could, you know, play well on social media. And so, yeah, it's not going to take away from UFC, is it? Brendan said, is there any chance Theory gets the Money in the Bank briefcase taken away at Crown Jewel? Why even put that in jeopardy unless Triple H really doesn't favor Theory and wants Gargano instead? Is it for the briefcase? I can't say I've seen a match announced that's for the briefcase. I don't imagine Theory losing it personally. I think this idea that Triple H is down on Theory is wrong. I think it's flawed. I think this is how you book Theory right now, personally. If I was booking Theory, this is how I would book Theory. I think you need people that are going to be able to take losses and be able to rebound from those losses. And someone like Seth it's really hard, you know? I mean, Seth is a great superstar, but he's taken a lot of L's this year. And so, you know, people like Seth are having to take L's because, you know, other people like Cody need to be put over. Well, right now, you've got someone in Austin Theory who can take L's. He can take L's till the cows come home because he can cash in his briefcase and it's all gone. That briefcase is the biggest eraser in all of wrestling because you cash it in successfully. It does not matter what's happened for the past 12 months. All of a sudden, you are the champion. All of a sudden, you are the world champion. So all those L's don't hurt you because you are the world champion. And it would hurt him if he was a face and people were meant to support him. But because he's not a face, you can just say L after L after L after L after L, week after week, month after month. It's exactly how I would book him as well if I was booking him. And then he successfully cashes in. Right, we're going back to the show, and the commentary table has been absolutely destroyed. Corey Graves is looking like one of those guys that was stood in that photo, you know, that famous photo of the 4 guys posing with the drinks in Birmingham. Some of you might know that meme. Some of you might not. Corey Graves is giving me that vibe. We've got the OC taking on Alpha Academy tonight. They're calling them the OC and not the Good Brothers. We've got Loomis taking on The Miz, and we're just having a look at the build for this. If Dexter wins, he receives a WWE contract. Bray Wyatt, a look back at Bray Wyatt's epic return to SmackDown, and they're playing Shatter by Code Orange. Only way Theory should lose the Money in the Bank briefcase should be if they give it to Otis, since he had it taken away last year. Tonight we've got the United States Championship on the line. Matthew Riddle is taking on Seth Rollins. Here is the OC. OC against Alpha Academy. So OC are in the house. Not crazy about these, to be honest. I did say that before. I don't know what it is. Come on, Academy, said Lone Star Friend. The announcer's table is always the third person, says John. I'm working at Universal in Florida for Halloween Horror Nights in the Black Phone House. Ooh. Otis and Dominic came through the other night. They scare well, said Daydreamer Pictures. Oh, that sounds awesome. That's awesome. The Halloween Horror Nights. I am thinking of going to Florida next year. It's actually been... next year, it will have been nearly 5 years since I was last in Florida. That's amazing. It only feels like not that long ago that I was there. But I am thinking of popping over. It's just brilliant to get toy hunts done, to be honest. And that's something that I really do need to try and get more done. But going around, you know, jumping in a car, just driving, going to a shop, doing a big toy hunt in a place I've never been to before. You know, going to some places that I've never at before. It's just great. So if you are there, might see you, I might pop into Universal. Their music is underwhelming. It should hit harder, said Ribby. Ronnie said Velocity and Sunday Night Heat were so fun to watch because it was like a branch building show, said Ronnie. Yeah, I agree. Shush, please. One of them is dressed like a Cena bite, says Adam. Ooh, little kiss on the cheek there by Chad to Otis. Otis making his way down. So Otis making his way down to the ring. This is one that I don't know if it's getting the pulses racing. I don't know. I just don't feel Gallows and Anderson. Let's see how this goes, though. This could be interesting. I prefer the OC, the old OC music, said Iconic Shadows. Stoney said, I've been away a while. Could someone please tell me who the OC are, please? Yeah, they only came back, was it last week? So they are Gallows and Anderson. They used to be in WWE. Probably best known for New Japan. I think they've been in Impact as well. As a result of them being in Impact, thinking about it, we saw them in AEW. So they were in AEW for a little bit. But here they are, landed back in WWE. I think probably at the request of AJ Styles. I would imagine AJ Styles. I'd imagine Triple H sat down with AJ and said to him, like, what do you want to do? And like, how do you want to get booked? And I'd imagine he probably said, you know, I want my friends back. I've got to think that he played a part in this. We're starting off with Anderson. Is a good wrestler, actually. Carl Anderson. Anderson in there with Chad Gable against the ropes. Back elbow there by Anderson. What I will say is this is 2 proper tag teams. And if we are going to have a proper tag division, this is the kind of match that we need to be watching. This is the kind of match that we need. In comes Otis. Gallows is in there as well. Otis stepping through the ropes. Otis stepping up to Gallows. Goes to throw a right hand, but it was really slow. Really slow by Otis. Big clubbing blow to the back of the head. Gallows back in the corner. Otis charging over. Gallows moves out the way. Otis in the corner. Gallows back elbow to Otis. Big shots to the midsection as well. Oof, and an uppercut. That was nice. That was nice. Against ropes goes Gallows. Back elbow by Otis. Otis going over to Anderson. AJ Styles on the outside. Big boot, but seemingly was a little short. But either way, Otis goes down. Anderson comes in. Kick to the midsection. Forearm strike there by Anderson. Uppercut by Anderson. Against the ropes goes Anderson. Kick to the back by Chad Gable. Anderson with a big right hand. Otis from behind as Anderson goes down. Otis going over to Gallows. Knee to the back there by Gable. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. As we go to commercial break. Oh, thank you. Retribution said, can you say thank you like Alpha Academy? Oh, thank you. John said, OC are good, but they do the same things all the time. Richard said, everyone is barred from ringside. It'd be such an easy rule to bring in, wouldn't it? We've said that before. Why don't they just do that? Everyone's barred from ringside, done. Thank you, says Leo. Just enjoying a little sour diesel a Monday Night Raw, says Stoney. Oh, quite the Monday night. Coach Co said the first novel. Hello, Coach Co. First novel in the world ended mid-sentence. The Tale of Genji. Don't spoil it. The Tale of Genji is the world's oldest novel. Towards the end of 54 chapters, the story stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Oh. Do you know what, Coach Co? I think the best fact you've ever told me is the fact that there was a your mom joke about 3,500 years ago. That was amazing. I still don't get the joke, but I love the fact that there was a your mom joke that long ago. Seems right. Seems right. It's reassuring that there was your mum jokes all the way back then. That means that even Jesus will have enjoyed a good your mum joke. And that's nice to know, isn't it? KP is awful on commentary, said Mark B. Television. Rivy said, do you remember Gallows as Festus? Wasn't it like that? He, do you know Vince didn't? True story. He said to Vince that he used to be Festus. And, like, Vince was, like, looked at him, like, strange, as if, like, did you? I didn't know when he brought him back as Luke Gallows that he used to be Festus. Isn't that mental? He told that story. It's mental. Gallows looks like he's wearing his old imposter Kane gear, said Brad. Chris said, do you know that Judgment Day will come down to the ring during or after this match? Alpha Academy need to break up, said Zoom Station. British Soundboard said, anyone watching on BT Sport, I'm watching on BT Sport, are having sound glitches, not commercials, in the broadcast. Can't say I've noticed anything, but I'm not the best person to comment because I always have the sound turned down. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say it's just you. to be honest. But it might be a problem that's affecting a few people. Random, but I used to love biscuits and gravy, them for Jesse and Festus, says Liam. The theme. Richard said, you know that Gable and Gallows are legal and Judgment Day will not go to the ring, said Richard. Americans really need to cut back on these adverts. They need that 12 minutes an hour rule, said List of Jericho. Otis is up and he comes crashing down, but Anderson moves out the way. So a Vader bomb by Otis, an Otis bomb, but no one was home. Who doesn't remember Festus? He was so iconic, said LS Dub. LS Dub, hello. Clothesline by Gallows. John's not noticed. He's on BT. Thank you, John. Right, in the corner is Chad. Against the ropes goes Festus. Big boot. Down goes Chad. Duck underneath there by Otis. Super kick there by Festus. Pump handle. Ooh. Lance Gable down. Gallows tagging in Anderson. Tonight we've got the return of Elias. Otis is in. They were looking for the magic killer, but no joy. Otis clothesline to Gallows. Wow, Gallows went hard over the top. The announce table is still trashed. It's still down. Beautiful suplex. Beautiful suplex by Chad Gable on Anderson. Otis charges over at Gallows. Gallows sort of hits him in the midsection, and Otis goes flying into the barricades. Gable dragging Anderson over to the corner. Gable up top. Oh, grabs the leg. Ankle lock. Kick. Down goes Gable. Spinebuster. Spinebuster. Gallows is in. Here's the magic killer. Boom. Connects. That's going to do it. 1, 2, 3. It is a victory for the OC. Magic killer on Chad Gable. So there we go. OC are victorious. Don't forget about the return. Well, indeed. Shy's Garage. Shy's Garage. Chad Gable is an absolute stud. He should get a singles run. Who agrees? Honestly, I always hear this music and go, is that Bailey? Is that Bailey? Is Bailey coming out? It's not Bailey. It is the Judgment Day. The Judgment Day are making their way out, guys. Judgment Day. Too sweet. Too sweet. Too sweet. Too sweet. Too sweet. Same old, same old. The three of you think you accomplished something last week? You suck, Chance. Smitster said, I can't believe the OC are getting a push. What's happening? Damien says to the crowd, we stopped caring about you guys a long time ago. So we've got Judgment Day in the entranceway. Finn Balor said, I made you guys and I will break you guys. The OC versus the Judgment Day. Crown Jewel. OC versus Judgment Day at Crown Jewel. Let's see what AJ's got to say. First of all, we accept. First of all, we accept. This is Monday Night Raw, said AJ. AJ said, let's do this right here, right now. I don't understand why everyone keeps doing this. That's unless you three boys have got to ask your mother for permission. You shut your mouth, AJ, said Dominic. Unless you want to be like my dad, go running over to the other brand. Oh, nice. Go on, Dominic. I've always liked Dominic. I've always been a big fan of Dominic. Killing it on the mic. You're cool, you're bad. AJ said, you're a piece of trash. Rhea Ripley taps him on the You're not. Don't worry about it, mate. You're not. You're not. How about we do something different tonight? You want to talk the talk? Can you walk the walk? So it looks like AJ is challenging Dominic Mysterio. Rhea said Dominic will rip you limb from limb. Where's she got this confidence from? Has she been watching a different Dominic? Dominic's going to rip AJ Styles limb from limb. He's not ready right now. Of course he's not. He's not ready. Look at him. He's not ready. He needs another 10 years. He needs another 10 years. I'm not ready right now. Got to hit puberty. I got homework. Yeah, change into your gear. Have some water. That, ladies and gentlemen, will be too sweet. So we're not going to get Judgment Day OC. Seems like that's going to be at Crown Jewel instead. Instead, we're getting AJ versus Dominic. Dom's going to rip AJ. I don't even understand why Rhea, like, I don't know what Rhea was going on about. Rhea actually said that with a degree of confidence that Dominic would rip AJ limb from limb. Like, where's she got that from? Tomorrow night, darkness falls before they meet at Halloween Havoc. Pick your poison. We don't know who Cora Jade has chosen, do we? We know that Roxanne has selected Raquel Rodriguez. Cora Jade, I believe, is at Raw tonight. Pick your poison. Athena, so bad, even ref covered his face, says Sweet Shell. Cop fight. Very confident. Rhea is reading from Shayna's playbook, said VIN. Dominic, we are giving you every opportunity, said AJG. Bray Wyatt's logo is called Cicada 3301. It's based on that, isn't it? Isn't that the online mystery, which took place like about 10 years ago or something? It's interesting. Interesting. Pick your poison. I will choose whatever Rhea gave Dominic, said William. Retribution said, I think Dominic ripped Rhea's love pouch So she's probably speaking from experience. Okay. You think Dominic's ripped Rhea Ripley limb from limb? I mean, I don't even want to. I don't need that mental image. Don't need that. Brenton said, I still say Otis, Gable, Riddle would be a great trio if they were presented with their amateur wrestling and MMA skills. Otis, Gable, Riddle. I don't mind it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know quite how you present it. I suppose in a way it'd be very similar to like Kurt Angle, Charlie Haas, Shelton Benjamin. I suppose it'd be very similar to like that. I suppose you just kind of lean into that kind of, as you say, amateur background. I mean, they're heels at the moment, aren't they? So even though they're great in-ring competitors, they're not necessarily presented that way. The matches they have are actually pretty decent. But, you know, it's the catchphrases, isn't it? The shoosh, the thank you, the hand gestures, the annoying mannerisms of Chad Gable. Like, kind of all of that is what they tend to lean on more so than their amateur wrestling background. But, yeah, I mean, you could turn them face and go in that direction. I think Rhea is smoking what I'm smoking, says Stoney. This is the easiest match AJ's going to have in his career, said Harith. Richard said, Dom will get destroyed by Rhea. Days, what female might the OC get to fight Judgment Day, said Macarice. It's a good question. What female may they go and get to deal with Rhea? Do you know what? I don't know who's on Raw. Actually, off the top of my head, I don't know who's on Raw. Oh. Let me hold up. WWE roster. Raw. Might be a name that jumps out. We are in Oklahoma. Okay, Alexa, Asuka would be sick. Imagine Asuka. Oh my God. You get Asuka. Done. You get it done. That's it. You get Asuka. Thanks for coming. Asuka's Japanese. These guys all like formed and met in Japan. They've got is it kanjis? The kind of the letters, the Japanese letters. They've got that on their ring gear. Asuka fits in beautifully with them. And she's a killer and credible. Yeah, Asuka, that's it. I would take Asuka over Tamina. I'm just being honest. I would take Asuka over Tamina. Or Dana Brooke. Honestly, I like Dana Brooke. I really like Dana Brooke, but I think Asuka fits better. Yeah, that'd be sick, man. That'd be good. Favorite part of the weekend is when he walks outside to get Kia and we're not there asking him about White Rabbit. It is the quietest part of the weekend. It would be Anderson's hot Asian wife, said Bearded Bronco. Carl Anderson has a New Japan Openweight Championship match on the same day as Crown Jewel. Well, I would imagine that will probably change because I've got to think that he's signed with WWE and he's going to be at Crown Jewel. I think we're going to get OC Judgment Day. So you might see a swerve in New Japan. You might see a sudden change of direction. Right, we was at commercial break. We're no longer at commercial break. We're seeing Seth freaking Rollins victorious. Of course, he won that United States Championship, hoisting it in the air. Seth Rollins making his way down. So is this the... doesn't look like it's going to be the actual match. Looks like we might be getting a promo first. He's in a sharp... I say sharp. It's fairly sharp. Red suit. Raw red. Seth Rollins with fire on the Titantron as he's making his way down to the ring. He's got shades on. He's got white and black zebra print. I was going to say leopard and then zebra, and it came out Zeppard. Led Zeppard. So we've got zebra print boots, a red suit. Is that Paige Van Zandt? That woman looked a lot like Paige Van Zandt in the crowd. I think she's still signed with AEW, though, isn't she? So probably not Paige Van Zandt. Did look like her, though. What's missing from the WWE format, said Ronnie. Big stars, to be honest. I feel like stars that we've got a genuine connection with. Like, Bray coming back is huge. Cody being out injured, when he comes back, that'll be great. We've got Seth. And obviously we've started the show with Brock. But across 3 hours, there's you know, you could do with a few more big names. And some of that is down to the booking, innit? Some of the booking's been awful, so we'll have to see where we are in about 6 months' time. They've done a fantastic job of building up Roman. I think they've done a great job of building up Bianca. But I think you can definitely look at some of the other names, and they've not been treated very well. I don't think the recent years have been very kind to AJ Styles, for example. All right, Seth. Looking down at his United States Championship. I am the United States Champion. Look at those boots. Look at those shades. It's like he's wearing 3D glasses. All you haters. All you haters that stop believing in me. You can kiss my... You can kiss my big, beautiful red behind. Seth is living his best life right now. So he's thanking those people that had his back. So all of you that sing my song. They start singing his song again. People do love doing that. So Seth promo is what we've got right now. Seth deserves to carry that title for a long time because this last year he's done nothing but put on banger after banger after banger, but he did lose a lot. That is true. Seth says, you guys sound beautiful out there. Is the first defense of what undoubtedly will be the greatest United States Championship reign of all time. Main event. So Seth Rollins said he's going to wipe the mat with Matt Riddle in the main event tonight. Going to clear up a bit of a miscommunication. Okay, Extreme Rules. Didn't quite go to plan for him. You tapped out is the chant. You tapped out. You tapped out. They're not the most vocal crowd, are they? You tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out. That was strategic. Yeah. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Seth Rollins tapped out strategically. Yeah. He needed to be in the best condition for Raw just 48 hours later. So it makes sense to just lose that match at Extreme Rules and then be fresh for Raw. Brilliant. Hey, Mustafa Ali. Oh! Okay, I'm down for this. Ali against Seth Rollins for the United States Championship. Yep. Yep. Congratulations on being the new United States Champion. I was waiting for you to give a shout out to Brock for the assist. If you're not mentioning it, don't worry, I won't mention it. Mustafa Ali making his way down. It's a silence, by the way. Silence. I was next in line. Things change. Champions change. We all change as well as we grow. I want to fight you. And I want to do it for that United States Championship. So, Mustafa Ali. Seth laughs. Wants to face Seth for that belt. Do I look like Bobby Lashley? Sorry, pal. You need to get to the back of the line. You got two options. You can celebrate the new champ. Or skedaddle. There's not enough skedaddling in modern wrestling. Not enough skedaddling. We should all do more skedaddling. Mustafa Ali takes Seth's glasses. It's not going down like that. No skedaddling. This is a no skedaddling area. Mustafa Ali said this is going to be... He's going to be Seth's next problem. Hey, calm down. I think the crowd are asleep. This might come as a surprise. But Ali, I actually like you. Seth says, when you get in the ring, you're one of the best performers we have. But you're an even better human. That's nice. That's nice. You're a great friend. You're a great father. Ah! And just as Mustafa Ali's like, what? Bang! Ah! Sucker punches him. Chucks him out the ring. He gave him the opportunity to skedaddle. Didn't he? He gave him that opportunity. That is on Ali. He should have skedaddled. If someone gives you the opportunity to skedaddle, you flipping take it. Yeah, you don't outstay your welcome. Boos for Seth. Problem solved. Problem solved. Well, that's that sorted. Problem solved, said Seth Rollins, as Mustafa Ali unskedaddles himself and goes after Seth freaking Rollins. Edward, shout out to you. Oh, man, did he just go hard into that ring post? God damn. I tell you what, Ali really selling that. I need to see a replay of that. He seemed to go damn hard into that ring post. Let's have a little look here. Oh, my God. I think he genuinely hit that, you know. Ali is still grabbing hold of his jaw. God damn, he went hard. He went hard into that ring post. That was sick. Here we go. Here we go. JBL. JBL's limo has arrived. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. JBL has arrived. Last time we saw JBL, we had Corbin get into the car. JBL's limo, guys. It's happening. It's happening. Edward said, oi, oi, 8 months as member. How are you, bud? Shout out to you, Edward. I'm doing good. Hope you're enjoying Raw tonight. How long have we been? 45 minutes into Raw, and we have got a John O'Clock. It's John O'Clock. That was always good, wasn't it? I don't know if they still do that. The King roster. I saw some of those back in the day when it used to be on What Culture. Good times. Good times. Plot twist. It's Uncle Howdy's limo. Oh. Happy Corbin's new gimmick is upcoming. I've got to think it's got to be something very similar to JBL. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's going to be anything too dissimilar. So I'm guessing he's going to be in a suit, and it's going to be like that, and he's going to be, I don't know, maybe with JBL as his manager now. Do you think there'll be a QR code? Says Noah. I think there's a chance of it. Yes, I think there's a chance of it. We got one last week, didn't we? Can't wait for the Cody countdown to return. John O'Clock, lots of excitement for John O'Clock. Well, that I think is going to be a regular thing now. I don't think this is a one-off for JBL. Can we say seeing JBL back is gold days? Please see this. I saw it, Jenny. I saw it. Can we say that? Do you know what? We can say whatever we want. We can say whatever we want. Maybe not anything. Because there are rules on YouTube. You can pretty much say anything. Although saying that, the mods might block it. We can't say anything. We literally can't say anything at all. I've actually completely changed my mind. There's nothing we can say. So, no. Dominic said, honest opinion, who is the WWE superstar of the year? I think it's Sheamus, because he has been building up Butch&Ridge whilst putting on banger after banger after banger all year long. Who is the superstar of the year? Who's the superstar of the year? I think it's hard to not say Roman, which is super obvious, but I think it's going to be difficult to not go that way. He's been in so many big matches. If you think about that just crazy match, I mean, you could say even Brock. I mean, if you think about like just how crazy their SummerSlam match was, and they main evented WrestleMania, and the whole build towards WrestleMania, Brock won the Rumble, he won Elimination Chamber, he was in the main event of WrestleMania, he was in the main event of SummerSlam, he's now come back to go after Bobby Lashley. Like, yeah, the only thing that lets him down is the fact he's not there week after week after week. And maybe you could say the same for Roman as well, but I mean, Roman has carried both belts for months and months and months. He is the guy, head of the table, tribal chief. Acknowledge him. Acknowledge him. Ribby said Sami Zayn. Here we go. Oh, damage control. Damage control. It's not JBL. This isn't JBL. Damage control. We got the power. We got the pain. We control the cage. Control the rage. Right. Damage control. I don't know who they're facing. Who are you facing, girls? Who are you facing? Damage control. We got the power. We got the pain. We got the rage. We always wear beige. So Bailey on the outside. There's Dakota and EO. How do you feel about having 9 weeks of build between Survivor Series and Rumble? I mean, to be honest, I don't see them as being connected. I sort of think that the end of the year is just very flat. I mean, maybe under Triple H it'll be exciting again, but I mean, I always enjoy. I don't know. There's something really special about that time of year because you know that people are doing their presents, counting down the days. People, you know, only tend to really get a chance to spend real time with their families once a year, you know, and around Christmas time. So there's just something real special about that time of year, of course. And but the world isn't focused on wrestling. Wrestling wise, it gets through. That's the best way of putting it. December is just getting through. So really, I don't really know what changes. Other than I thought this year it was nice that day one built towards WrestleMania. Day one was actually quite important. We won't have that now, so it just goes back to how it was before, really. And how it was before was that when you get to January is just all about the Rumble, who's going to be in it, what are the big matches for the Rumble, and then Rumble is the start of the road to WrestleMania. Right, Belair and Candice LeRae. That's what we've got. Nice little team. Nice little team. Bianca. I didn't see this advertised anywhere. Days, did you see WWE is looking to bring back Over the Edge, Unforgiven, and No Way Out? I didn't see that. What's your thought on Ronda wanting to remove the women's name from the title? What does she want to do? Just call it the Smackdown title. Don't mind that. We don't really need to call it the Smackdown Women's, do we? Because there is no other Smackdown title. I mean, what would you call it? The Smackdown World Championship and the Raw World Championship, and they are the women's belts. Guys, listen, I think it's really important that when it comes to things that affect women, we listen to women. That's what I think. So if Ronda, who is a woman, feels that the right way forwards is to take women's out of the title, then who am I to say no? Who am I? Who am I? No one. It doesn't bother me. How crazy is it? There were rumors Brock was supposed to beat Roman at day one. Plans got scrapped once Roman got COVID, and then the Big E title reign was sacrificed. Indeed. Becky wanted to do that as well, said Lister Jericho. Harif said, we listen to women, but just anyone but Ronda. The OC have a match for New Japan the same day as Crown Jewel. How is that going to work? My guess is that they won't be at New Japan. That's my guess. Is this for the belts? I don't believe so. No, I've not. I didn't even know this match was happening, so I don't believe so. Shoulder tackle by Bianca. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Just Real Talk said, someone tell me when this match is done. How about the SmackDown non-male championship, said Siler. That's it. That's it. You nailed it. Nailed it. No longer does it say women's. The non-male championship. Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. Drop kick. The non-male championship. The Raw non-male championship. You should put that to on social media and just let me know. I would love to know some of the positive responses you would get. I'd love to know some of the positive feedback that would come back from that. The Raw non-male championship and the SmackDown non-male championship. And the crowd could start chants, non-male, non-male, non-male. Non-male wrestling. Non-male wrestling. Non-male wrestling. Evolution 2023. The return of the all non-male premium live event. So good. Do you think we'll see a promo or a message from Uncle Happy? Uncle Happy? Who's Uncle Happy? Uncle Howdy. If that is his name. I do have to keep saying this because the only thing we are going off is a Fightful report. And they said that there was going to be a mask on SmackDown and internally it's being called Uncle Howdy. Well, the only mask that we got was that one that was on screen. So that's what makes me think, well, is that what they're referring to? Is that because there's nothing else? I don't see what else we could be talking about. Do I think we get something from Uncle Howdy? I'm going to say yeah. Blissful Star said, is Alexa there tonight? She wasn't on the preview, but that doesn't mean she's not there. I can have a look at Fightful. They might have a rundown. They normally do, actually. They normally have a full card rundown. I'll check for you, buds. I'll have a look. See, here we go. Raw plans. Is there Alexa? She is not listed. Apparently, Baron Corbin internally is being listed as Baron Corbin. He is not being listed as Happy Corbin anymore. So we might be done. We might be done with the Happy Corbin stuff. It said Rhea Ripley, Bayley, AJ Styles, and MVP were all set for the show, but there's no mention of Alexa. Sorry. We've had 1.5, nearly 1,600 votes, you know. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. We are on... Let's have a look at the poll. I mean, that's a lot of votes. So who do you think's going to win our main event of the evening? And so far, 78% of you have said Seth Rollins. 22% of you have said Matt Riddle. So at the moment, it seems like you guys believe that Seth is going to retain. I agree because I think they have seemingly set up Seth and Mustafa Ali as maybe even the next opponent. So I'm leaning towards Seth Rollins as well. Get rid of one of those non-male championship titles. Have mixed tag championship titles, says Dark Angel. Uncle Corbin, said Crystal. Uncle Corbin. Do you think we're going to see a split personality thing from Bray? It looks like we might get that, said Dimension X Tuber Life. I think there's a chance of it. Yeah, there's a chance of it. There's a chance we get a split personality thing. There's a chance that we get a faction. I think there's a chance we get both. There's a chance we get a faction and Bray is portraying a few different personas. So, Mr. Jim said Bubba is quick. Still should get fined for what he did. Do you think if Maurice is involved in a match with Dexter, I think Indy will show up and create a mixed tag match? Dexter and Indy versus Miz and Maurice. Who agrees? Says Play Game Beats. That would be good. I don't really know what we're doing with her. She's not really doing much down in NXT, so yeah, that'd be good. Jojo, hello. Just joined, and I've turned on the TV. Have I missed Bray? Not expecting Bray this week, to be honest, or tonight. Bray is seemingly a SmackDown star, and he's someone that's going to be on a Friday night, but you've not missed anything to do with Bray, or certainly nothing I've seen. Candice with some forearm strikes, clothesline. Down goes Dakota. Chops coming in, driving Dakota back. Dakota going back in the corner. Heavy shots coming in here by Candice. More shots coming in. Candice unloading. She's got Io and Dakota in the corner. Come on, girls. Come on, girls. It's little moments like that where, you know, you've got two grown women just standing in the corner waiting for Candice to, like, charge over to them. It's those moments that just don't make Damage Control look very good. Shoulder up by Dakota. So, yeah, Candice jumps off Dakota, does a senton onto the back of Io. Dakota charges over. She gets kicked by Candice. They grab the leg of Candice. She goes down. Stomps coming in by Dakota. I think Candice is on her own at the moment. I don't know where Bianca's gone. Bayley's on commentary. She is quite pleased with what she's seeing at the moment. Io has got her feet in the neck of Candice. Double knees there by Io. Over grabbing Candice, looking for the pin. 2. Kick out by Candice. Candice kicks out, gets her shoulder up. They need a trios title with all the factions called the Freebirds Trios belt, said Jason. Do you think they should bring back a mixed match challenge? I thought the mixed match challenge was pretty fun, but it was an experiment, really. It was some kind of programming to put onto Facebook Watch. They wanted to see what the views would be like and if that was a platform that was worth exploring. I don't think it did anything, to be honest. We've never gone back to it. And seemingly the ratings, the views didn't support that there was much of an appetite. It's hard to know if it's because it was a mixed tag tournament or if it was over on Facebook Watch and people just weren't used to watching things there. Be interesting to try it again. Not on Facebook Watch, but just try it in general and see if there's an appetite for it. But I don't think the last one was deemed a success. But as we said, there could be reasons for that. I thought it was pretty fun. Bianca comes in. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Io. Clothesline. Drop kick by Bianca. Kip up by Bianca. Bianca calling over Dakota. Oh, wow. What was that? A chest buster? It's like it was an inverted backbreaker. She kind of flipped around and like chest first into her knee. Shots coming in by Bianca right now. We are just over an hour into the show. We're only about half an hour away from the halfway point, believe it or not. Kick by Bianca. Bianca, nice. Moonsaults over Io. Io charges after her. Gets caught. Up in the air. Drop kick by Candice. Io goes down. And Dakota makes the save. Dakota goes back in the corner. Kick there by Dakota. Bianca goes down. Goes for another kick. She gets picked up. Roll through. Bianca goes through the ropes to the outside. Dakota with a big kick. Bianca goes down. Candice comes over. Don't know what she was going. I thought she was going to slingshot her over. She didn't. It was like a double knees there by Candice. Bayley's seen enough. Bayley's going underneath the ring. Bayley has grabbed a kendo stick. Bianca grabs Bayley by the hair. Duck underneath, misses. Spear by Bianca. Bianca spears Bayley. We've got Io down. We've got Dakota down. Candice. Yeah, this that's taken Bianca out. Oh, down goes Candice. Looks like it's the beginning of the end here for Io, and they've got it's a weird little move. They both grab one leg each. They hoist Candice in the air and then drop her backwards. It's a win for the heels. Damage control win. little clunky in places, I thought, that one. Put her through the table. Just keep putting people through the table, said Stone. Yeah. We have seen a lot of table spots. She beat Bailey last week, so she was going to lose this week. It's all just 50-50, said Junior. Silas said, do you watch Impact? I saw the best non-male match I've ever seen at their last pay-per-view. It was really good. I don't, unfortunately. It's not been so... I've never watched it. I can't say never. I've watched a couple. We've done a couple of watch-alongs. But it's not the kind of thing we tend to do. We're backstage. Well, what was happening in the background there? Here's Kathy Kelly. Is this the first time we're seeing Kathy Kelly? I don't remember seeing her last week. There was a couple of people standing around in the background just behind Matt Riddle, but I couldn't see what they were doing. I'm going to have a look. Still looking for like QR codes and bits and bobs in the background. I don't think it is anything. I think it was just two people standing around. I can't be the only one that's like scanning every box now. Matt Riddle talking to Mustafa Ali. Matt Riddle calling Mustafa Ali a stallion. Miz is down. He's selling a knee injury. Miz said he was looking over his shoulder. And he slipped and fell. He's torn his ACL. He's torn his ACL. There's no way he can compete. No way. Boring Corbin is in JBL's limo. Right, I didn't see any QR codes. The only thing that was of interest is when we first go backstage, there was a couple of people standing around in the backgrounds. Can't really make much out from it. I even watched the replay. You'd have to like pause in that moment. And as I say, I'm sure people will go back and have a little look at it, but at the moment, I don't think there's been anything. I'm just looking on social media. See if there's a conversation being had, but can't see anything. We want Elias. The Miz pretending. Show some respect. Yeah, come on. That was a legit injury. If you listen, I know when someone's destroyed their knee, tore their ACL, their BCL, their CCL, their DCL. He's torn them all the way through to the ZCL. They're all torn. So it looked bad. It looked bad. He could be out for 12 months. There's a mask. There's a mask. Where's the mask? Was that the Dyad said bearded Bronco? Where in the backgrounds? Again, we would have to have a look. Howdy, Uncle Howdy sighting. Uncle Howdy sighting. I just saw the mask. Oh, here we go. Where did you see it? Ray mask. Let's search for that. Don't think think anyone's seen it on Twitter. No? Where did you see it? It was only on a Smackdown promo. Just settled down, said Cooper. It appeared at the end of a Smackdown ad. Oh. It was on a Smackdown comment. Oh. It was previewing Smackdown. Oh, got you. After the Smackdown promo, the mask flashed on screen. It's on an American... Oh, you guys with your commercials that we don't get. Damn you. Miz can't get his match, so Loomis gets his contract anyway. Says Harith. Oh, okay. Got you. There is a character in the movie The Exorcist called Captain Howdy, who is an invisible demon. I wonder if that's connected. I think there's a good chance of it. Definitely. Hell of a coincidence, if not. Miz will never win an Academy Award, said Chaz John. Well, not now that he's tore his ACL and his BCL and his CCL. Absolutely no way, is there? Poor man can't even walk. America, said Ribby. America. The United States of America. Right, we're going back. We're going back. The mask appeared. He had red eyes, said Chamu. Tomorrow night, NX Darkness Falls. Before they meet at Halloween Havoc. We've seen this. Pick your poison. Cora Jade, Roxanne Perez. We haven't seen Cora Jade yet on Raw. NXT live tomorrow night. Right. Commentary table fixed. It was fixed a little while ago. Just taking a moment to talk about tomorrow night. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. Dominic looks at Rhea. Rhea looks at Cora. There she is. I trust you've got everything under control. What do you want, Cora? I need to pick Roxanne's poison. And I was thinking I couldn't come up with anyone as ruthless as you. You want me to go to NXT and beat up Roxanne Perez? I wouldn't mind putting Roxanne down for you. Okay. I thought she was going to say no and laugh at her. You want me to go to NXT tomorrow night when I don't have to? No? She didn't say that, though. Here we go, JBL. JBL making his way down. Oh, he's got a little spring in his step. WWE Hall of Famer. John Bradshaw Layfield making his way down. JBL. Had a little dance then, didn't he? Former WWE champion, former Hall of Famer, JBL. In the ring. It's cool, isn't it? It's nice seeing some legends that we don't normally see. Don't see JBL all that much. JBL. JBL. Takes a lot for the wrestling god to come back to the WWE. He's going to make an announcement. I want to say something from the bottom of my heart, with all sincerity, to the world. I apologize. I apologize. For doing this in Oklahoma. I apologize for doing this in Oklahoma. Nice. Oh, look at the heat. Look at the heat. So, laying into the local sports team. I really, deep down, despise this state. Rey Mysterio. Rey has left Monday Night Raw. Dominic has figured out what we knew decades ago. Rey Mysterio is one of the worst humans on the planet. So there's the greatest trade. So there's been a trade. Rey has gone to Smackdown and Corbin has come to Raw. Welcome. Here we go. Mr. Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin returns. Baron Corbin, he's got money on his Titantron, his name. Here's Baron. I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting him to I thought he'd come out in a sharp suit. He's come out in wrestling gear. Baron Corbin, mate. I thought he'd come out in a sharp suit. I wasn't expecting this. JBL in the ring. Corbin steps inside. They shake hands. So we've got... Yeah, I think... Well, we'll see. Not how I would have brought him back. I was expecting sharp suit, cowboy hat. I was expecting him to look like JBL, basically. Look at this man, says JBL. 2 to 3 times the size of Rey Mysterio. WWE have given Mr. Corbin, a former world champion, so Corbin against Ziggler coming up next. Hornswoggle would have enjoyed the extra competition. JBL laying into the fact that some of the modern wrestlers are on the smaller side. This is a star. He'd be a champion in any generation. The day starts. Modern day wrestling god. Modern day wrestling gods. Corbin, Wyatt 6 confirmed. He looks like he's wearing leggings, says AJP5. Yeah. Are we going back to into an Attitude Era or something, says Rivy? I don't think so, but heel JBL killing it. Yeah, heel JBL. Show him why he was put in the position he was to be champion and remain champion for so long. Killing it on the microphone. Someone that's just so easy to hate. Such a great heel. Baron Corbin is facing Erling Haaland. Corbin versus Ziggler. Yes. Wonder if he'll bring back the clothesline from hell, says William. Just an idea. Randy could return and help Riddle win the title and then RKO Riddle and set up a match Riddle versus Randy. Right, here we go. Baron Corbin versus Dolph Ziggler. JBL played college football here in Oklahoma, but he wasn't any good, just like now, said Siler. What's happened tonight? Well, we're 9 minutes away from the halfway point. So far, we've had the OC beating Alpha Academy. We've had Brock and Lashley brawling. We had a Seth promo. Mustafa Ali confronted him, got hurled hard into the ring post. We got Damage Control beating Bianca and Candice. Cora recruiting Rhea Ripley. And JBL just came out and brought back Corbin. And now we're getting Corbin versus Dolph Ziggler. Whatever happened to Dolph on NXT, said Rivy. Yeah, he was champion, and then he lost the title to Braun, and that was kind of his time done. Corbin is like a chameleon. Look at his motions and gestures, says Tournicade. LS Dub said there's been so many versions of Corbin's name. Happy Corbin, Constable Corbin, King Corbin. I'm glad it's back. The Baron Corbin. 5 out of 10 shows so far for me, said British Soundboard. I'm quite bored, to be honest. Halftime scores. It's a bit early, but yeah. We either have to do them early or do them late, so yeah, might as well. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. 7, 3, 9, 7, 6, 5, 6, 8, 7, 4, 6, 7.8, 3, 7, 6.9, 3 out of 5, 5.5, 6. LS Dub said you should put that onto Spotify. Needs like a banging track behind it, doesn't it? What I should do is put it up onto social media and then just let people mess with it. And we'll see what kind of concoctions come back. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. I really want to know. 7, 10, 69. 10. I bet you miss singing it sometimes, said Gabriel. 35. I'm sorry. Are we playing bingo or something? I don't know what's going on. 77. 2 fat ladies. 77. 5, 3, 6.6, 8, 3. We are back to the action. Halftime score remix. Yeah. Indeed. 8, 6. And do you know what? It's very varied scores, isn't it? Some people are loving it. Some people aren't. Big boot by Corbin. This is King Corbin. Big strike by Corbin as Ziggler goes down. I'm just not feeling the ring gear, to be honest. Like, it's like beige. It's a black vest top, black kind of tights, and then you've got like beige down the side. It's not ring gear that pops, is it? But then, you know, he's a heel. Is he meant to wear things that pop? But Macho did. Think about Macho, man. Think about Seth. Think about Becky. Now we've got Baron Corbin in beige and black. 1, 2, kick out by Dolph. Dolph in the Attitude Era doesn't make the cut, says JBL. But Corbin does, apparently. Corbin in... Could you imagine Corbin in the Attitude Era? Kick by Dolph. Corbin charges over. Dolph moves out the way. Big right hands coming down by Dolph. Gets thrown. Dolph, back elbow there by Corbin. Dolph jumps up. DDT. Not really feeling Corbin gimmick, said Bonkers. Baron is wearing a woman's top, said Erasure Mind. Is it? Is that a lady top? Gotch, Hackenschmidt, Fez, San Martino, Baron Corbin. Yes. Yes. All of those names go seamlessly together. Kick to the midsection by Dolph. As Corbin is down in the corner. Shouldn't wear colours that match his skin tone, says Tar Heel. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bit, considering he's been away for so long and he jumped in the car with JBL and this is the big return. It is just a bit underwhelming for me. Picks up Dolph. Plants him down. JBL's doing good work on commentary, though. It's really putting him over. JBL said that is God-given strength. Look at, wow, did you see the person behind JBL then? You see that person behind JBL that's got her face painted all white? And she was like staring at the camera. Did you see that woman? I think she's a member of the audience. She sat behind JBL. It's like she's got Sting face paint on. It was really weird how she just looked over to the camera. I'm not saying that she's connected or anything. But yeah, it was weird. Did you see that non-male? Said Siler. I did see the non-male. The non-male caught my attention. I should have the image. Hang on, friends. Hang on. I'm going to show you what we're talking about. Look at her. There's JBL. See that woman, like, looking seemingly right at the camera with a white painted can't even talk. White painted face. She, like, was sat there and she just stared over at the camera when it flicked over. She absolutely could just be a member of the audience, but It's a lovely clear image, this though, isn't it? Can we just take a moment to appreciate how clear this is? Like super high definition. Maybe it's not coming across because, like, you know, this is being streamed in 720. But you just need to know this is really high quality. A beautiful picture quality. That's yeah, in the background. That's Bray. Oh, we've Bray sighting. Bray sighting. Female doink. That's my mom. Said 8 stories. Dude, your mom's fit. Elias is gonna be so much more over than Corbin is. Are we really talking about the woman in the crowd? Yes. And more than that, the picture quality. I don't know if it's coming across, but it's really sharp. It is really sharp. I'm actually genuinely impressed that we've been able to get a picture that sharp. I feel like we can see every bead of sweat on JBL's forehead there. So, but yeah, we are looking at that lady in the background. But as he said, she might not be connected. Is that Wyatt 6? Yeah. Yeah, that lady is all of Wyatt 6. Right, we are at commercial break. Why didn't her husband dress up? Hang on, let's have a look. Which one? Do you think that next to her is her husband? Don't know. Don't know. He's not really. He's giving her a bit of a cold shoulder if it is. Actually, I don't know what's going on. Is she with him? That one there. We might never know. That's Asuka, said Boomers TV. Another Impact commercial, said Rory. It's Dana the Clown. Insane Clown Posse return, says Quail Man. It's happening. It's happening. Finally. The return everyone's been waiting for. That lady is all of Wyatt 6. Who wants to walk with Elias? She's still there. Hang on. I'm looking to see if she's talking to someone. Oh, there's a guy. Look at the guy behind. There's a guy behind JBL as well. He was like wide-eyed. Just staring at the camera. Right, they're chanting boring, Corbin. What are they chanting? Boring, Corbin. Straight to the midsection by Dolph. That is Sister Abigail, says Eddie. Well, it's nice to know she's having a well-deserved day out. A good, well-deserved day out for Sister Abigail. Look underneath there by Dolph against the ropes. And again, Corbin goes down. Crowd are trying to count along, but Dolph peppering these shots in. Net breaker. Net breaker by Dolph Ziggler. Ziggler's fired up. Ziggler, elbow drop there by Ziggler to kick out by Corbin. Do you know what? This is actually going to be a really good show for Triple H to be at home to watch. Because I think when you're in the middle of it, and you've got, like, you know, you're watching on the screens and you've got, like, loads happening, I think it's really difficult to maybe see the show for what the show is. But when you're sat at home on your own, in bed, watching it, I think it can, you know, maybe hit slightly different. And so this would be really good for him to watch from home. See it as we see it, you know? Not having conversations with people as they're about to come out or having conversations with people that have just had a match. Literally just sitting and watching the presentation as we see it. I always thought that that's something Vince should have done more of. Not been there all the time and actually watched what we saw. Nice. 1. Ziggler in control. Kick out by Corbin. I think she is with him, guys. I think she is with him. Right now, I'm just looking to see who she talks to, who she turn into, who's she having conversations with. I think it is that guy next to her. Her face is a QR code. Scan her face. They should do that. They should slap a QR code on someone's face and put them in the crowd. They should do. That'd be hilarious. We have to scan someone's face. Her face is a QR code. That'd be brilliant. Ziggler jumping on the back of Corbin. He's dead, said Jeremy. Uncle Fester. Oh. Shoulder up by Dolph. What? Corbin, animated, worked up. Deep 6. Deep 6. Deep Wyatt 6. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wyatt 6 confirmed. I think I definitely don't think she's been put there by WWE, because every time we go over to JBL, she's kind of sat there in the crowd looking a bit bored. It seems like she's looking on her phone. I don't think they would do that. I don't think anyone connected with Wyatt 6 is going to be on their phones during the show on camera. Zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Tell you what, though, the crowd are making some noise here. Crowd are making noise. I can't say the crowd are completely dead for this. These two are in there putting on a decent little match, you know. Yeah, Corbin going for the big boot. Zigzag by Dolph. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. I mean, the crowd weren't into it, but these two have actually had a few close falls. It's built up the drama a little bit. Do you reckon she's come dressed as Abe Knuckleball Schwartz? Do you think they've dressed up as their favorite wrestler and she chose Abe Knuckleball Schwartz? Going for a super kick. Corbin grabs the leg, brings in. End of days. That is the end of days. And it is a victory for Baron Corbin. Good, gotta say, decent little match that. Corbin beat Ziggle Wiggle. The emergence of a future wrestling god. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. My score is up to 9. He's broken his losing streak, said WWE Fan 1000. Yeah, good little match. Corbin stands tall. Baron Corbin is Monday Night Raw, said Kevin Patrick. Past the halfway point in the show right now. Backstage with the this was, I don't know if you saw this earlier. This was horrific. This was, oh God, you can't even put a bandage on it. Oh. Get rid of the pain. Here's Saxton. That's going to make things better. Here's Byron Saxton. He's in a lot of pain. He won't be able to compete. Yeah. They saw you pour water on the floor. The floor hasn't been mopped since last night. They checked the records. You think I'm doing this just to get out of the match? How dare you? He is very, very injured. Not just very injured, very, very injured. I'm going to write that down. Very ×2 injured. That's bad. That's really bad. Yeah. Johnny shouts, "Oh my God, it's Dexter Loomis." Miz jumps up. Johnny walks away. Wow. That is amazing. That is amazing. Miz jumped up. He's putting weight on his leg now. Yeah. He just said his superior DNA appears to have allowed him to recover faster than normal. That's amazing. That's amazing. He's got incredible DNA. They should sell that on WWE Shop. I'd love some of that DNA. I like how they've put the wall charts up to let you know that that is actually the doctor's room. Do you reckon the doctors actually need those wall charts? Do you think anyone comes in with an injury and the doctor goes, "Hang on, where's the... Has anyone seen the back wall chart?" There it is. Okay, so it goes... yeah, according to this, that is your C5, actually. So I don't think they need them, to be honest. But it's nice. It's good for visuals, isn't it? It's good for visuals. I'm going to write down superior DNA. That is fantastic. We are blessed. Can I have some of Mrs. DNA? Don't worry, I can get it myself, said Just Nick. Harif said, Ms. Ted, his MCL, ACL, PCL, BCL, VCL, VHS, C5, he tore them all. C3PO, that was destroyed. Yeah, he absolutely trashed it all. But his superior DNA has allowed him to recover at an astonishing rate. It was kind of a waste having Bailey be a guest commentator without Michael Cole being there for her to play with, said John. Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, that she's kind of had that relationship with Michael Cole and now they're on different shows. I agree. If the doctors do need charts, then those are some incompetent doctors. This bit hurts. Hang on, I know that bit. That bit. The bit round the back. According to this chart here, that's your back. Yeah. I hope that helps. It's if you actually go to hospital, tell them it's your back. There's a medical word here. Spine. Tell them it's your spine. You'll be fine. Yeah. If it's a spine issue, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just you'll need to go and see someone that actually knows what they're... You need to see someone that doesn't need wall charts. But I mean, look, it was lovely for show. I think if you're injured and you go into a room that's got such medical chartage on the wall, it's going to be very reassuring, isn't it? At least you know you're in the right room. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to go walking in, take your clothes off, and it turns out to be Triple H's office or anything. Do you know what I mean? Unless you're Stephanie McMahon or Vince McMahon. Who knows? Hush money. Days, your superior DNA will get you through. Don't worry, Mr. DXC. Yep. I've never had an injury in my life because of my superior DNA. Apart from the fact I did break my finger and my ankle. But other than that, never had an injury. I laughed in the face of COVID after being in bed for about 48 hours. But once I got through that 48-hour period, I laughed in its face. Ha ha ha. Here's a Moss, an MVP. Keep an eye out for QR codes, of course. Puppets. Masks. Nothing yet. MVP said, we celebrate Braun Strowman, his size, his strength. This gentleman to my right is very far from ordinary. Damn, Miz recovers from injury faster than Super Cena, said Bob. Are you interested in Rock Roman, said Play Game Beat? Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see it, personally. I mean, I think it's a bit predictable that Roman would win if it's for a title, but I'm still down for seeing it. I think, imagine them two in the ring face to face. So we get a very unintimidating Amos moment. Punching his own hand. Talking about Bray's return. Right, here's the replay. Monsters aren't real, but giants are. And we're just seeing Bray return on SmackDown. Amos is rolling a giant meatball. Not going to lie, I'm still confused by this, said WWE Fan 1000. What are you confused about, buds? I mean, not everything is obvious, of course. But I think a lot of what Bray said, if not all of what Bray said, was pretty much from the heart. I mean, when he said, I lost two people that were very, very close to me, and his voice starts breaking, I mean... I thought everything I'd done here had all been meaningless, but I was wrong. Thank you, Bray Chance. You all saved my life. And then the lights go out. Oh, little one, my little one. Come with me. A lot of this, it's the same images, isn't it? The skeleton, the statue of the demon, the head that I thought had a snake on it, the skeleton again, the rabbit man. You will. Oh, little one, my little one. Cameron Grimes. I've been having a problem with the Schism brothers. I wanted to see if you wanted to be my tag team partners. We're cash only. If you need some partners, that is too sweet. It's a payday for the boys. They started walking. I was like, oh, they're going to show something, but they didn't. Cameron Grimes. Cameron Grimes recruits Good brothers. They are really desperate to beat AEW tomorrow, said Eric. The mask looks like the mask from the Black Phone movie, said PT. Has Grimes got a new haircut? Don't know, to be honest. He tidied it up a little while ago. I was hoping we'd get some Bray stuff since they showed his SmackDown return, said Real Talk with the King. I swear there was someone in the background, said WWE fan. Guy in the background with a lantern. I didn't see it. I mean, I was really keeping a close eye. I didn't see anyone. She told me she was Welsh, and that explains why people think she's crazy. Crazy. Let's have a look and see if there's anyone talking about anything. You thought there was someone with a lantern? I seriously didn't see anyone, but we can have a look, see what social media is saying. Nothing on Twitter. Nothing on Twitter. Did you know the same day of Crown Jewel, Carl Anderson has got a match for New Japan? He can't work 2 shows. What will they do? I don't think he'll be doing New Japan, to be honest. I've got to think his priority. Will be WWE. That must have been discussed when they brought him in. You should do a poll on how long Dominic's career is going to last without Ray. I actually think his career is going to be better without Ray. When Ray's around, it always felt like Dominic's only on the show because of his dad. And they put him together because they didn't know what else to do with him. Now he's like standing on his own 2 feet. It feels like, well, look, it's time for him to sink or swim. And they will not allow him to sink. They will not allow it. They've put too much work in. And, you know, they won't allow him to sink because I bet like everyone really likes him. He's probably grown up with knowing everyone. And so, yeah, and like Ray as well, you know, there's a lot of love and respect for Ray. They're not going to let his son drown. So, no, I think he'll be better. Like, he can stand on his own 2 feet. He can do some stuff in the ring as well. No one's saying that he can't wrestle. It's just his promos have been very, his character's very, his in-ring is fine. It's fine, but I can't say I don't feel any emotional connection to his matches. There's people in NXT that do a much better job of making me care about their matches than what I get from Dominic. But just getting Ray out of the way, I actually think is going to be really good for him. This is the most excited I've been about him since he's turned heel and, like, you know, partnered up and joined up with Judgment Day, and the dynamic of him and Rhea Ripley, I think, is really interesting. So, yeah, no, it's all right. It's good. Don't know how long his career will last, of course, but I think right now we've got some interesting stuff going on. We were at commercial break, but we've we're popped back. Popped back now. We're got an hour and 7 minutes to go. Nothing Bray yet. I am thinking they'll get something, though. We haven't heard anything about Bray. 2 weeks from Saturday, Crown Jewel. Actually, not that far away. 2 weeks from Saturday. Not that far away. We've got nice Crown Jewel CGI graphic. Dom should go to NXT, put on a mask, and learn how to be a sports entertainer performer, said John. WWE is WWB now. Walk with Bray, said Mustafa. Well, it's going to be Walk with Elias very soon, isn't it? Roman Reigns against Logan Paul. Absolute dream match. Dream match. The match the world has been demanding is finally here. After years of dreaming and hoping and praying, the dream match that we've all wanted is finally going down. At Crown Jewel, Roman Reigns against Logan Paul in Logan's third ever WWE match. Yep. AJ against Dominic. They don't want none. Right, AJ Styles versus Dominic Mysterio. The disrespect of Logan getting a title shot is unbelievable, isn't it? People disrespect him. Come on, guys. He's already had 2 matches. Of course he deserves a title shot. I'm sorry. AR1. I'm sorry that there are people in the chat that do not understand. They just don't get it. Come on, guys. Tag match at WrestleMania, yeah? Which I think he lost. I'm not sure. I can't remember, right? Then he had a match at do you remember the match at SummerSlam? Banger, yeah? Genuinely banger. Title match. I mean, that's how it goes. WrestleMania match, lost, doesn't matter. SummerSlam match, won. Title match. Done. Scott said, AJ or Dom, who's winning? Probably going to be outside interference, isn't there? So, I mean, I'd have to think AJ, but it could be Dominic's. It's got every chance of not being clean. Logan Paul is the Alex Pereira of WWE. 2 matches and then a title fight, said Real Talk with the King. They don't want none, said Cooper. The first match AJ had in New Japan, he won the title. It was an amazing match, said Jeremy. Dougie said, I bet Theory will cash in at Crown Jewel. Liz Jericho said, I don't get why Logan Paul's still around. Noah said, Logan won at WrestleMania. I'm sorry. I find it really difficult to remember all of Logan's results. So it just gets mixed up. Like, the first match he won, second match he won, and now he's got the title match with Roman. So it's very hard for me to keep up with. I've got to write it down. All these results, these matches that he's had. Logan is a good wrestler. That's why, said WWE fan. Who do you think will dethrone the Usos? Says Tarek. Who will dethrone the Usos? Don't know, to be honest. I think there's a few names in the hat because we've obviously got a lot of tag teams that have come back now. They seem to be investing in the tag division. So, I mean, it could be someone like Street Profits, Hit Row. I don't think it'll be a heel team, but I think it needs to be a face team. There's a few thoughts it might even be Sammy and Kevin Owens. Primo said both NXT and AEW will be destroyed by NBA games. There is a glimmer of hope that NXT does a bigger rating because reports suggest that WWE is going to have a lot of main roster stars. Don't forget, though, AEW is moving, and that's going to cause disruption, but they've booked a world title match. So they've actually got... Moxley Hangman tomorrow. So that's going to be tricky. Good Brothers will be the ones to dethrone the Usos, said Real Talk with the King. Justin said it's going to be New Day. Street Profit's going to break up. Richard said, you know AJ wins, then Bianca makes the save. Bianca? Then Carl said he's still never openweight champion, so Bianca will replace Carl. That's how it's going. Yeah, good shout. Good shout. Right, we're underway. Dominic Mysterio against AJ Styles. Eric said, my Pistons play Wednesday night, so won't need to miss AEW tomorrow. MJG said, Logan's whole shtick, good word, in boxing has been to challenge people with much more pedigree than him and make money. Makes no sense to me so long as he loses. Oh, makes sense to me as long as he loses. Jeremy said, imagine Dominic and Rhea had a baby and they named it Eddie. They should do it just for that. In all fairness, they should have a baby because storyline wise, that would be so good. So they should do it. If they're really committed to their careers, they would do it. Dominic down in the corner. Crypt said, as much as I like Hollywood actors, and I do, they don't have rights to walk into WWE and get title matches at WWE pay-per-views, says Crypt Scream Queen. It's a cool name. Shout out to you. Bob said, can't be bothered watching Dominic. This might sound random, said Shark 10. Well, we'll be the judge of that, Shark 10. But I think they should have Solo Sikoa win the Intercontinental and the United States. I mean, he could have a mid-card. I don't know if he should get both. Is that so that you've got all the male belts on the Bloodline? I can see an argument for it, but I really love Gunther as Intercontinental Champion. Days, do you know what happened to Adam Pearce? Was he fired? No, didn't we see him earlier in the show? I thought he came out earlier in the show. I think when Bobby and Brock were brawling, I think we saw Adam Pearce. Primo said, when this year comes to an end, is Vince retiring? One of the biggest things to happen in wrestling this year. Who would have thought a scandal like that would bring Vince down? I mean, Vince retiring is one of the biggest things to happen in wrestling ever, not this year. So it's the biggest story of the year, and it's one of the biggest things that's ever happened. So, yes, is the answer. We got AJ on the outside, Rhea Ripley coming over. You want to hit me? Come on. Come on. Come and get me. Come and hit me. Dominic goes up. Crossbody to the outside by Dominic. Rhea laughing at AJ. In the ring goes AJ. Dominic in there. Idiot. Idiot. I think Sammy turns on Bloodline and joins the Wyatt Six, said Jerry. Emo Dom. Emo Dom. Emo Dom. Emo Dom. Emo Dom. Emo Dom in control at the moment. Knee in the back of the head. Rhea cackling away. Kicks coming in by Dominic. Dominic going over to the corner, puts his arms in the air. Boos from the crowd as Dominic comes over. Pacer, this is quite slow. Elbow to the midsection by AJ. AJ starting to fire back. Through the ropes goes Dominic. Over the top rope goes AJ Styles. Will Ray's daughter come in to fight Rhea? I don't think so, because I think if we were going to do that, we would have done it. So I don't think so. I think Roman Logan will have a great match and surprise people, said WWE Fan 1000. Everyone is in Wyatt 6, said Zoom Station. AR1 said Tamina and Naomi should win the women's tag titles and join the Bloodline. Over the top goes AJ, forearm, as Dominic goes down. If AJ cannot make Dominic look good, then he needs to go to NXT, said Master Chief. Over the barricade into the timekeepers area goes Dominic Mysterio. And we're going to go to what I like to call a commercial break. 55 minutes left of the show. 55 minutes. Of course, the pace is slow. It's only Dominic's speed, said Riddle. 207. Zig would made him look better, said 8 Stories. Here we go. Kojiko said shoe shops used X-ray machines to measure shoe sizes. This was way before radiation was fully understood. Shoe shops measured sizes through X-rays in the 1940s. Here in the UK, and I don't know if you had it, but when I was getting school shoes when I was young, we've got a shoe shop called Clark's, and they do like proper school shoes. It's not really, you wouldn't go there by trainers. It's like, you know, those kind of posh shoes, school shoes mainly. I think that's why most people go to Clark's. Sensible shoes, shoes for work, shoes for school, Clark's. And you can see there's Clark's in pretty much most towns, all cities. And there was actually one in Stourbridge where I was born and raised. And Stourbridge is not that big. But there was one. And they had a machine. It wasn't an X-ray machine. But you probably had them as well in America or wherever you are. Put your foot in and the sides kind of come in. And as soon as it touches your foot, it stops. So it was like these two wooden blocks. You'd put your foot in and the machine would be like, and these blocks would come in and measure your width. And then it would do the length as well. And that's how like they used to measure your feet when I was there. I don't know what they do now. It's probably lasers, isn't it? It's probably lasers. It's probably robots. It's probably robots that do something now. When I was young, it was wooden blocks that used to do it in Clark's. I don't know if they still do it. It's a bit weird putting your foot in there as these wooden blocks are measuring your feet, but yeah, that's how it used to be. Mitchell said, do you think instead of Finn bringing AJ over, it's the reverse and Finn ends up going to the OC and they do a WWE Bullet Club, says Mitchell. Don't know, to be honest. I like the idea, but I feel like Judgment Day with Finn as their sort of leader. I feel like this is working, and we've already changed leader once. So, I mean, I'd be down for seeing Finn go over. I'd be down for it. I don't think we're going that way. I don't think we're going that way. I'd be down for it. There's Clark's in Australia as well, and the same contraption, says Shannon. Oh, worldwide. I didn't know they. I thought they were only in the UK, Clark's. I didn't realise that they were in Australia as well. And the same thing as well. That's weird, isn't it? Well, I suppose not. Same company. Yeah, yeah. That's how I used to get my school shoes. Measure shoes by scissors. Measure shoes by scissors. What do you mean? This child's feet is 1.4 scissors long and 2 scissors wide. Honestly, if you're measuring children's feet, there's way better ways to do it. I would say like a tape measure as a starting point. Do you think Cody will come back at the Rumble? I think so. AJ catches Dom in midair. Styles clash. 1, 2, 3, says Richards. We had the same in America. Did you? Feel a bit better now. I thought it was somewhat weird and strange. Didn't realize that this was worldwide. The question should be, who do you want to leave as US champion, says Carter. Wow. Should it be the question? I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like a lot of people would say Riddle. But I suppose there would be people that would say Seth as well. I think there's a lot of respect for Matt Riddle. It's one of those, really. I suppose you can't lose. If Riddle wins, that'll be quite interesting. But if Seth wins, then I feel like we're kind of getting a bit back to like a Monday Night Rollins thing. And that, for me, was when I loved Seth. I mean, I really loved Monday Night Rollins. Dominic collides into AJ. Days, were you smart in school, average, or a bit slow? I wish I went to school with you. Now, do you know what? I was a bit shy, to be perfectly honest. There was people with like big personalities at school, and I was very much like a bit intimidated by school. I mean, like intimidated by, you know what I mean? Like, you walk into a room, you've got the tough kids, you've got the, you know, the attractive girls, you've got the sporty guys and all this kind of stuff. It's like, in that kind of environment, you kind of can struggle to find your place. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I know I'm jacked. Yeah, ripped to shreds. But I wasn't amongst the tough guys, believe it or not. I know. I can sense how shocked you all are. So I wasn't amongst the tough guys. I wasn't really I was a latecomer when it came to sports. I mean, I used to watch boxing and things like that, but I never did anything like playing football. I was really late to, so I wasn't in with the sporty guys either. So yeah, I was just kind of like, I think if you got to know me at school, I was like I am, but I was not very loud and outgoing or anything at school at all. Kind of a finding yourself time, really, isn't it, school? It's kind of like where you really learn who you are and who you want to be and everything. So now I was average. I was just average. Kept myself to myself and I was pretty average. I'd definitely love to do school again, though. I'd definitely love to do school again. I think everyone would, wouldn't they? I think everyone's kind of sort of figured out who they are in this world. And I think like you'd love to go back and do school again. AJ going for the pin. Scott said, the memories I have, anxiously wait and see if Smiths had the figure I wanted. Good times, said Scott. Do you see anyone getting involved with Seth Riddle? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, like, the only person I would think would be Bobby. And he's obviously busy. So I don't think so, unless someone's going to get involved and then that'll be Riddle's new feud. And Seth keeps the title and goes on to Ali. I mean, we might see Ali. Took a hell of a beating earlier, though. Went hard into the ring post. Dominic is on his feet, charging over. Drop kick to the back of AJ Styles. AJ goes against the ropes. Dominic against the ropes. 6-1-9 misses. Misses. Rolled through. Calf crusher. Calf crusher. He's crushing the calf of Dominic Mysterio. Dominic's got to the ropes. Dominic's got to the ropes. He's got the ropes. Finn's making sure the referee has seen that he got to the ropes. He was basically a maverick, or as we call them, a recluse. I don't know, really. I don't know, it was a bit weird. Like, I just kept myself to myself. If like someone spoke to me, I was quite happy to talk to him back, but I wasn't really like the loud mouth or outgoing or really anything like that. Yeah, I just kind of sort of kept myself. I had my friends and just was what it was, wasn't it? You know, go to school. Really, I was more about going home and playing football. That was my life. Watching wrestling and playing football. Dominic gets the win. Wow. Corey Graves is like, oh my God, it happened. A stunning victory for Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio is better than AJ Styles. Wow. Wow. I knew it. I knew it. Dominic was down in the ring. AJ was getting through. He got grabbed by Rhea Ripley. That allowed a roll-up. Rhea grabs AJ. Dominic wins. This is the greatest moment. Where is Wrestle with Andy? This is the greatest moment in the history of our sport. I wish I was the one in school who was really good at football and smart in their studies. I was the one in school who was really... Oh, okay. Oh, very good. Hello. Someone walking around with some paperwork. What's on that paperwork? Here's Johnny Gargano. I bet that man's on the phone to Bray Wyatt. I bet he's on the phone to Bray. Who's that man? There's another man on the phone. I bet he's on the phone to Uncle Howdy. Tell everyone the truth. Tell everyone the truth, says Johnny. Dexter will be banned forever. Good luck with that, says Johnny. After I'm done with him. Okay. Nothing happening. There's nothing happening in the background. What the flip? Tell the truth, says Johnny. What's this about? Dexter Loomis versus The Miz coming up next. They must have called an audible. Must have called audible. What? The Amazon people. Dominic is the one that defeated the one in the Phenomenal One. Yep. I can't believe it. He's better than AJ Styles. We need to rethink the wrestling landscape right now. Reigns should squash Paul, and Paul can work his way back up for an Intercontinental or US title, says Shamar. That picture is golden, says Scott. Halloween specials, Dallas, Texas in 2 weeks. I will be there. What do you think will happen before Crown Jewel? Halloween specials? What's that? The Halloween special Raws and Smackdowns. What do you think will happen before Crown Jewel? Well, it depends how close it is to Crown Jewel, to be honest. If it's the go home, not much. But if it's a little bit before, then there might still be some twists and turns. I wonder when Charlotte's coming back, for example. Where's Charlotte? I did see a picture of her on a boat with Andrade. There was a Fiend mask on the bottom of the shelf next to Miz, says Jaden. There was a Fiend mask on the bottom shelf next to Miz. Fiend mask. And the crowd say, Bow select. I have gone on Twitter and searched Fiend. No one's spotted anything. Have I got any images? Nope. No. If you did see anything, then feel free to send it over if you've got a screenshot of it. I have got the show being recorded, so I can always go back. But I didn't spot anything. I didn't see it. Slipped past me, that one. bang. How long have we got? We've got 40 minutes. I don't know if this was you as well, but I hated school until my final year when it was slightly more enjoyable and comfortable, as by then you knew all the teachers like friends. I don't think I ever had the teachers like as friends type kind of a thing. I always got on with my teachers. They were always fine. I can't really say I had any bad experiences with teachers. I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? I think when you get to the final year, you're so used to it and you've got your friends and you know where you stand and you know the situation. You kind of don't want it to end because it's the big, scary, oh my God, what am I going to do next? And everyone goes through that. So, yeah, I suppose there is a bit of that in year 11. I just imagine there's a lot of people, if not everyone, at some point sort of goes through that. But, yeah, I really enjoyed college, though. College was really fun for me. William said, what if Bray isn't Uncle Howdy? It turns out to be Triple H just giving orders, just like a corporate ministry when Mr. McMahon was the higher power. Maybe. And maybe that's why he's not there. Because he's giving Bray instructions. What show do you think has been better since Triple H took over? I think they've both been the same. Legit, I don't think there's been a difference. I think that he's used Roman on Raw a bit as well. I mean, he only has to book 2 hours of SmackDown. He has to book 3 hours of Raw, so it's going to be easier to put good stuff in a 2-hour show and less waffle, less filler. So, but honestly, I would say they've both been comparable. I really don't. We've been through periods where I think SmackDown has been better than Raw. And then we've been through periods where I've thought Raw was better than SmackDown. Right now, genuinely, both shows feel very similar. It doesn't feel like one show is do you remember not that long ago, one show felt like the sports entertainment show and the other show felt like the wrestling show. It felt like Friday Night SmackDown on Fox was the wrestling show and it had more focus on in-ring and a story. And then over on Raw, you had things like, I don't know, Miz and Morrison. Hey, hey, ho, ho, and things like this. And tomatoes being thrown. And, you know, that felt more sports entertainment. Doesn't feel that way now, does it? Doesn't feel that way at all. Both shows feel like they're being booked by the same person. A couple of teachers used to party with us and buy alcohol, said to Heel. Wow. Dudes. You should report them. That's grooming. That is grooming. Here is Dexter Loomis. Very focused Dexter Loomis making his way down. Bray needs to make appearances on Raw 2, says Ellie and Twins. Oh, Miz from behind. Miz from behind with a chair is smacking Dexter Loomis with his superior DNA. Look at that walloping Dexter Loomis. Loomis is down. He's looking for a skull-crushing finale, and he gets it. Loomis driven onto a chair. Miz attacks Loomis. That's how you destroy a boogeyman. So Loomis is down in the entranceway. Miz backing away. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting this match then. Corey Graves said, I hope for Miz's sake and his whole family's sake that Loomis is now off their case. We're going backstage to Byron Saxton. Here is Bayley, EO, Dakota. What next for Damage Control? Let's appreciate the now, says Bailey. Where's Alexa? We got rid of her. Where's Asuka? Gone, says Io. Gone. She's gone. Mitchell said, if he's not a WWE superstar, why does he get an entrance? Don't all enhancement talent just start in the ring with a nameplate? Don't know. Yeah. Could come out with no entrance theme. I mean, it is true. They've put some work into his entrance there, considering he's not an employee. Good point, Mitchell. Good point. Okay, Bailey. Bianca. Not a women's championship match, though, by the looks of it. Bianca, Bailey, 1-on-1 next week on Raw. Oh, Elias. I forgot about Elias. Hello, I am Elias. Up next. Kevin Patrick's like, Elias coming up next. Oh, what tunes is he going to play? Get excited. Corey Graves says, I would rather slam my head in a door. And that is the final words that we get as we go over to another commercial break. Damage Control got no heat at all, said Bismo. Days, it wasn't a Fiend mask. It was a black, white, red wheel. It was a black and white and red wheel. Oh, well, thank you for checking. Should make a video. Is Damage Control ruining Bailey's career, says Junior. I don't think it's going to ruin her career, but I don't think that it's took her to a different level. I think when she was on her own doing Ding Dong Hello, she felt more engaging than she does right now. Roman should have title shots on Monday night and Friday night. Let's walk with Elias, says Kieran. The sound and graphic guys didn't want to be harassed by Dexter, so they gave him a proper entrance, says Quailman. That's a really good point, actually. It's a really good point, isn't it? If Dexter wants an entrance, he gets an entrance. It's sort of how it goes, isn't it? That's it. Done. He wants an entrance, he gets an entrance. Days, I was in love with one of the teachers in school, like fully infatuated. And my form tutor told her that I liked her to embarrass me. And one day she smiled at... That's grooming. That's grooming. Oh my God. There's so much grooming. Makes me sick. She should not smile at you. If she gets told that you like her, she should inform the police. That's what she should have done. That's what she shouldn't be smiling at you. Grooming. Reporter. What's her name? What's up, Days? How are you? Jaden, I'm good, dudes. I'm good. We are half an hour away. Half an hour away. Sarmad said, who do you love the most? Beckham or Michael Owens? Beckham. Retribution, if you keep being cute with it and crying emojis, I will end up hugging you. That's nice. Walk with Elrod, said Bismo. Walk with Elias, I do in London at the O2 in 2018, says Matthew. Very cool. There was no match, so his contract is still running, says Me. I never know how to pronounce that. Me-V-E. Meave? Is it Meave, like meme? Is it Me-V-E? Is it Meave? Meave? Guys, please have easier to read profile names. Jaden, shout out to you. Jaden says, here we go. We're going to find out together. Whoa. Oh, did anyone else get excited? Did anyone else get excited then? I bet the whole world went. There was like this Firefly Funhouse-esque sort of room, and the door in the middle opened, and you're like, it's happening. It's happening. Oh, it's Halloween Havoc. Did anyone else just poop themselves? Hang on, talking and pooping themselves, I think there's a porta potty backstage. Here's bad move, Mike, says Johnny. Bad move. He's not getting a contract anytime soon. If you tell the truth, you get cancelled. What are you wearing? Whistle. Johnny said, if you don't come clean, I'm going to blow the whistle on you. And he's going to blow the whistle. Doesn't. Where's this whole coming clean thing come from? I really don't get where this whole coming clean thing has come from. I feel like I've missed something. Here's Elias. Hello, I am Elias. Hey. All right, mate. Hello, buds. Hello, I am Elias. Timothy, shout out to you. That's the reason that I am here tonight. The show must go on. I've got one question for everyone here tonight. Who wants to walk with Elias? The lights go up. We see the crowd cheer. Smile on the face of Elias. Wanted to do something special. So I've written a song. It's straight from his heart, straight from his soul. He gets a bit emotional. Silence your cell phones. Hold your applause. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Riddle. Riddle interrupts. Riddle interrupts. Bro. With bongo. Riddle's coming out with bongos. Bro. 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 Bro, 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 bro. Bongos! It's great to see you. You want to interrupt me on my first night? That's all anyone does, Elias. Come on. I'm a huge Elias fan, says Riddle. And when Zeke was around, I would get so Zeked up. Do you want to hit my bong? Hit his bong. Hit his bong. Hit his bong. Hit his bong. Didn't expect to be chanting that tonight. Bong, 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 bong. W.E. What with Elias? Oh, what with Elias? Oh, what with Elias? The crowd are doing brilliant here, aren't they? They're doing brilliant. What with Elias? Wish the crowd had the same energy as Matt Riddle. You got a big match next. Take a front row seat. He's got a special song for Oklahoma. Take a seat. Do you think one day we can play together? Crowd like that idea. Yes, 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 chance. Oh, look at this. This is what the yes chant was invented for. I promise you right now, one day. The crowd is not into this. This crowd is horrible, says Noah. The crowd aren't great. They did get a yes chant going, though. Sort of. Riddle sat down with his bong. Goes. Here we go. I mean, what can Riddle do here? All he can do is sit there and just tap on his bongo. I mean, yeah, I mean, in all fairness, thank you, Seth. This was painful. Thank you, Seth. Seth making his way down to save us all. Crowd a lot more vocal for Seth's entrance music. WTF was that? I don't know. Cringe. It was not great. You had Elias in there, slowly playing, and I feel so sorry for Riddle. Riddle just had to sit there and, like, do something. Maybe, I don't know what you could have done. I mean, maybe you could have sat there, like, and really paid close attention, like, looked lovingly at Elias, hanging on every word. Instead, he was, like, trying to do so, like, seeing Matt Riddle, who just won a fight pit match at Extreme Rules, having to sit cross-legged in the ring, tapping along on his bongo to, like, whatever Elias was doing. It's like, my God, man. That's like house show stuff. Thanks, Seth. Seth versus Matt Riddle then. So 20-odd minutes left in the show. 20-odd minutes to go. We've got 20-odd minutes to go. United States Championship match. Lieutenant Dan said Elias deserves better. Have you seen anything to do with Bray? No, I haven't. Did you see a glitch? I didn't see a glitch. War with Elias. Harif said, what did you expect? I expected Elias to come back and hopefully say something about what he's going to do going forwards. It seems like Elias is just going to do the same gimmick he had before. Which, I mean, I felt it had run its course before, to be honest. You know, it starts playing a song, someone interrupts. And then, like, seemingly that went away. And then he came back as Ezekiel. Triple H didn't like that, so that's gone. And now he's gone back to being Elias. I feel sorry for him, man. I feel sorry for him. I kind of feel like we're just right back where we started. We're just right back doing the exact same stuff. I was kind of hoping he was going to come back with some sort of new coat of paint, something different, something to get his teeth into, but it's just, again, playing songs and being interrupted in it. Glitch in the first commercial break, it was he had some dude rewind Wyatt wearing the mask, says Denny. There was a glitch in the first commercial break. Yeah, that might have been part of the kind of Smackdown commercial. If you go back, then you can see it. Still 20 minutes. Somewhat surprising for the end, question mark. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. It felt like Vince was in charge, and that's not a good thing, said John. Roman versus Elias. Crystal said best return ever. Yep. Best return ever. British Soundboard said SmackDown is the A show now. Roll on Friday. Man, Fridays do feel big, don't they? It is a shame that Mondays are going to feel a little... I don't know. I mean, if we're not even getting like QR codes or anything now, like it feels like something's missing, you know? We've been real spoiled. We've had like White Rabbit clues and everything for weeks. And now, like, it's gone and it's over and I'm sad. Yeah. Right, Seth against Matt Riddle. The last two segments are a match that didn't happen and a return that got continuously interrupted. Not good, says Adam. KO should have come in and said, no, that is Ezekiel, not Elias, said Hawkins Jr. Would have been fun to have had a bit of play off that. Yes, I agree. Matt Riddle getting his intro. Where are you watching? I can't find it on the WWE channel. It's not on WWE channel. It's on BT Sport in the UK, USA Network in the US. There were a couple of glitches with a flash of the mask, says Donalds. We did. I did not see that. I don't know that we got that, to be honest. Some of these things are playing out in the commercial breaks, and we have different commercials to you here in the UK. Wyatt says, Bertram said, I'm pumped for the UFC stream. Who have you got in the main co-main? I'm leaning towards Charles Oliveira and Aljamain Sterling for the main and co-main. And yes, it's going to be fire. Right, here we go. We got Riddle charging over. He's got the triangle applied as Seth gets over to the ropes. Foot on the ropes. Seth on the outside. Keep him back. Keep him back. Seth having a word with Elias, who's stayed on the outside watching. Is Elias going to get involved? Yeah, why has Elias stayed around? So we are underway with this United States Championship match. Seth rolls out the ring. Who do you got in this? I'm going to lean towards Seth, but I think it's interesting that... we'll end the poll. I think it's interesting that Elias has stayed around. I think that's interesting. 76% of you think Seth is going to be victorious here. 23% of you think Matt Riddle. Over 2,000 votes. Over 2,000 votes. Strikes coming in by Riddle is driven. Seth back. Kicks coming in. Down goes Seth. He rolls out of the ring. So Seth on the outsides. Here's Riddle. Strike coming in. Seth goes down. Seth goes in the ring. Riddle after him. Gut wrench. Gut wrench. Nice fall away. Slam there by Riddle. Riddle coming over, gets hit in the throat. Double axe handle by Seth. Kicks coming in by Seth, and over in the corner goes Riddle. Down goes Riddle. The wrestling god has returned. Hello, Austin. Yeah. Good, actually. I mean, I think what he was wearing was a bit... and it didn't feel quite right. Like, considering he'd been away for so long. But the match he has with Dolph after is actually really good. And he gets a clean victory as well. I think that's interesting. Clean victory for heel Corbin. It's good. Why do I feel like Bray's not going to be on SmackDown, said Scott. There hasn't been any mention of him, has there? Unless we get some right at the end of the show. Who is the next return? Charlotte? She's got to be coming back soon. Or Sasha. Charlotte or Sasha. Or Becky. We haven't seen... I don't think... Have we seen Becky since SummerSlam? WWE Fan 1000 said he's been sent for Seth's title by Bray 6, a faction on both brands. Elias. Imagine if Elias was part of Wyatt 6. In all fairness, the Christmas parties would be fire because you've got some great entertainment. Do you know what I mean? It's probably worth having him just for that. He was going for floating bro, but Seth on the outside. Elias is still out there. Riddle was going to step through the ropes. Elias gets pushed. Seth pushes. Elias, knee strike there by Elias. Seth goes down. Rollins is down as we go to commercial break. Elias is going to interfere and cost Riddle this match, says Mensch. Ronda is going heel, and Becky versus Ronda is the plan for WrestleMania, said Justin. Walk with Elizabeth. Yes. We've not seen Becky since the Raw after SummerSlam when Damage Control took her out and her shoulder injury was made worse from that attack. Hopefully she comes back before Survivor Series, says Courtney. Elias 6. Says Larry, the Elias 6, yes. Of course, Corbin got a clean win. He is a wrestling god, said Austin. I added Bray on 2K22. I added the Fiend version and a cool Alexa Bliss evil version, says Timothy. Right, we are at commercial break. I think the final commercial break. We've got 12 minutes to go. Don't forget, on the second channel, we will be doing a review. I've got a bit of a problem, and my problem is that my computer signed me out of everything I was signed into, and so I need to sign back in, and I actually cannot remember the password and the login details. So currently, I am signed out of that second account. Now, that is a bit of a problem, and I don't know how quickly I'm going to be able to resolve it, so I'm just warning people. Just giving you a heads up. But, yeah, it doesn't, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't feel like there's, I always like to try and do a video after, but no. At the moment, Corbin coming back is the biggest thing that's happened on this show, I think. We'll see. Timothy said, Wyatt 6 is a faction, isn't it? I didn't think it was his personalities. Bond said, I think it should be like Bray on SmackDown and a QR code on Raw. Dark Angel said that might be a problem. It might be a problem. And actually, it is a problem. Because I don't know where to find that information. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We're all friends. Football Days strikes back. Yes. Football Days is going to try and wrestle the channel off me again. Yeah. Do a video on the wrestling god. You must, says Austin. Elias should end Raw by hitting someone with a guitar. Next week's Raw is in my hometown of Charlotte. I really think Charlotte should return in her hometown. Great channel, said Jeff. I think every wrestler should return when the show is in a place named after them. Or they're named after it. Charlotte is named after Charlotte. So, yes, it would make sense that that's where she would return. So, maybe next week. Maybe next week. It's good information, that is. Good information, Jeff. Shout out to you. I didn't know we were in Charlotte next week. A full jumbo jet tank has enough fuel to drive a car around the world 4 times. That's impressive. Right. 10 minutes to go. We're back from commercial break. Elias for president. So they're just showing the knee strike by Elias. Seth Rollins going down. Riddle was applauding. Tree of Woe. Bang. So Seth Rollins, Matt Riddle, this is for the United States Championship. Right, kicks, little kick there by Seth. And again, pop, 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 pop. Backing up. I do love Seth's ring gear. I think his ring gear's class. Kick there by Riddle. Elias said that if he'd have allowed me to perform, then this all would have been fine. Forearm strike there by Riddle. Riddle going against the rope. Seth in the corner. Another forearm strike by Riddle. No. In Michigan, it's illegal to tie an alligator to a fire hydrant. Respect. Respect to alligators. Respect to fire hydrants. Seth charging over. But in fairness, it should be illegal to do that in any country in the world. Floating bro by Matt Riddle. 1, 2. Kick out by Seth. That was close. Twitter little boy sign says Bailey bums him out. There's a sign that says Bailey bums him out. Fair play. Hopefully she sees it then. Problem with this show could be all the hotshot in debuts and returns lately. And then just Elias, brackets, not that I don't like Elias. AEW had that problem as well, said Rick. Timothy said, isn't a little weird to have Mace went from part of an invasion team Retribution to be a model against Mansoor? Isn't it a problem? Well, I mean, it's not ideal, but the thing is, the Retribution group ended. They ran out of steam, so, you know, what's he meant to do? He can't remain as Mace. Well, he could, but he you know, there is no Retribution group to be a part of anymore. So he's kind of left with, you know, what do I do? In kayfabe, like, he was in catering. Just the movement he was a part of kind of ran its course. And he ended up joining, being recruited by Maximum Male Models. So, yeah, I mean, look, is it weird? Yes. But the one story ran its course, and I can, in kayfabe, I can sort of see that working. Sort of. Strike by Seth. In Alaska, it's illegal to shoot a moose from a plane, said Mr. DXZ. There we go. It's confirmed. Pick your poison. Cora Jade versus Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez against Rhea Ripley. That is tomorrow night. Planted down. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Riddle. Shoulder up by Riddle. Scott said the lack of Seth Elites recently is sickening. His most recent attire in Elite form is his WrestleMania 37 gear against Cesaro. Are we going to get something at the end of this show? I don't think so, to be honest. Is this going to be the new norm? No, nothing Bray, nothing White Rabbit. Seth perched. Looking for a frog splash. Goes straight into a triangle. Triangle applied by Riddle. United States Championship on the line. Look at the strength of Seth Rollins. One-handed picks up Riddle. Riddle gets planted back down again. He's got him up over in the corner. In the corner goes Riddle. Riddle has still got this triangle applied. Ah! Sit down powerbomb. Kick out by Riddle. But walk with Elias. Elias. He's still got this triangle applied. Is he going to tap him? Oh, Seth just gets to the ropes. Seth just gets to the ropes. You've got 4 minutes left. That is it. 4 minutes remaining. Rollins. On his feet. Goes over by the commentary table. So we've got Elias and Seth having a few words on the outside. Seth says, hit me. Look, the referee's looking. Elias is like, I ain't going to do that. Ah, super kick by Seth. Elias goes down. Kick by Riddle. Elias is down on the outside. Riddle in the ring. Against the ropes goes Seth. Power slam by Riddle. He's got Seth on the outside. He's looking for a DDT. Seth goes down. Riddle has got real momentum. He goes down. Looking for the RKO. Elias. Oh, Elias gets in the ring. Curb. Elias got in the ring and has cost Riddle the match. Elias costs Riddle. And a stomp for Elias. Oh, stomp for Elias. Oh, stomp for Elias. Seth wins. Seth retains. Seth wins. Seth retains. A curb by Seth Rollins. Seth wins. 2 minutes to go. I think Seth's got enough on his plate. I don't think there's going to be anything. We already know that he's got Mustafa Ali after him. He's now just caused issues with Elias. It looks like he's going to curb Riddle onto the United States Championship. There's Ali. Ali has come down. Ali attacks Seth. Grabs the leg. Nice kick there by Ali as Seth goes out the ring. Seth stumbles back. Through the ropes goes Ali. Wow. Do you see Ali then hurled himself to Seth? Clotheslines him over the barricades. Seth scarpers through the crowds. As Ali stands tall. Tell you what, didn't expect Raw to end with Mustafa Ali driving Seth Rollins off into the crowds. Cowards. QR code in the crowd, but I think it's a fan-made sign. I think that's a fan-made sign. There was a QR code. Did Elias get in the ring on purpose to cost Riddle the match? I believe so. Ali skedaddled right over that table, said Pyro Delusions. Announce table had 3 matches tonight, said Roger. It was a busy night, yeah. Hawkins, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Daisy stream 10, but Raw was a 4. Well, we're going to do a full review of it. I've got all the images. We'll put it into the review page. We'll talk through the show for about 20 minutes or so. Then we'll get your thoughts. We'll do that on the second channel. I need to go now to see if I can sign into that second channel, because right now I can't. So I'm going to see if I can go and do that. Really appreciate the support, though. Hope you guys enjoyed Raw or got something out of Raw, even if it didn't grab you. Hopefully, still had some fun on stream. Of course, we're going to be back tomorrow with NXT, and we'll keep an eye on AEW. I don't know what we're doing on Wednesday because there's no AEW. I'm sure we can find something. And then, of course, Friday Smackdown. All eyes turn to that. Nothing announced for Bray on Friday, which is a concern, to be honest. But then, of course, end of the week, we've got a massive UFC show. So, yeah, thanks a lot for watching. Really do appreciate it. And as I said, we'll be back, hopefully, in about 40-odd minutes with the live review on the second channel. Thanks for watching, guys. Bye for now.